Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. How is everyone today? Hey, Redacted. Hey, Rushmere. Hi, Kittrell and PF Dennis. Hi, Steven. Hi, Bill and Ken and Rod. Hi, Derek, and thanks for the gifted memberships, Derek. Hi, Cliff and Stuart. Hi, TT and Maurice. Madcat and Lewis. Hi, Sven. Hi, Deanna. Excuse me. Shannon and Mark. What else do we have? MMU3 with MK4. See how it goes with ASA. Of course. Well, we'll see. I mean, eventually one will go on this MMU4. First one will go on this, MK4. First one will go on this MK4. So, hey, Cheesy Potato. Who else do we have? Brian, Rick, and GJ. I lost track of chat, so if I miss you, sorry. Hi, Jose and Dennis. Dry throat. Cute, huh? Today we are building an MMU3. So I have one part that I apparently forgot to print. Printer's warming up. We'll get that going here in a moment, but it's only a 9-minute part, so. Hey, Science Sniper. Andres. The bright orange toy was easier to see. Yes, but it got destroyed. It's gone. They seem to be enjoying this one just as much. So, MMU3. I'm a little discombobulated this morning. Just too much to do, too little time. What is that huge contraption behind me? I'm supposed to ignore any questions on that and just let it simmer. Ooh, shower is a good guess. That's a great guess. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm only here for the kittens. The blaster was amazingly strong. That dot right there is an almost fully embedded foam dart in the styrofoam of the garage door, shot from right here. Almost twice the distance from where I was using it for target practice on prior blasters. Kitty cam is awesome. Cool. Let's see. Is that the boron shower? I'm getting caught up. So MMU3 assembly. The blaster was a Lynx. Orion Blaster's Lynx. This guy. Orange tip. There we go. Orange tip, this guy. Very strong. 275 feet per second was a fairly common number on the chronograph. So, what are the names of the kids? Oh, that is Felix is the black one and Oscar is the orange tabby. Hi, James. Hi, Peter. Hi, Ken. Second hole in the garage door. It is. It is. Okay, we are going to be doing this. So, MMU3. We're going to make an attempt at a single stream build. We'll see how that goes. Hi, Sanity. We will see how that goes. So now it's an Ozcam. Well, Felix and Oscar. Both of them. Now, I had said before that I wasn't going to let them roam in here, but we gave it a try because Oscar has gotten much better at coming to us. I was concerned that he would get caught somewhere and not want to come out, but he's opened up quite a bit. So, Daniel is already on stream 3, so I guess not. Oh, well, we'll find out then, huh? Maybe Solid Fork will be delayed a week. Whatever. So I think we're gonna get right to it. I'm not doing original MMU3S assembly. This all shows old stuff. I'm not doing an upgrade. I'm doing a fresh build on this one. So let's make sure we're in the right guide. MMU3 assembly. Okay, it is the same thing. So let's just go straight to it. Idler body assembly. Yeah, newest salad fork revision is the idea. So I had a whole elaborate thing planned today, and it's not going to work because I got way too, I took way too long this morning to get ready. So anyway, got our required Haribo and the guidebook. Apparently this has some really good information in it. Maybe I'll read this one later. Hey, Morton. Packing stuff. Where you at, Felix? I did not factor in the kitten distraction time in my build estimate, so we'll see. Okay, so let's just get some of this stuff out. We've got things and more things and spool holders and electronics here. And motors in the multiplexer here. And printed parts here. And panels here for the buffers. So then we can ditch this. Make sure, I gotta make sure I don't throw a box on a cat now. Early MMU3 revisions didn't support anything other than PLA and PET-G. Do you know whether the upgrade to support abrasive filament? I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know. We'll build a little faster with their help. Kitten distraction time. Now, I did reprint all the parts. I did reprint all the parts in Prusament PC CF, and they turned out absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, that is just a... I did all of this on the Mark IV in the enclosure back there. Sounds like we're going to find out with the box. It's cat's rules. If it fits, it sits. Exactly. Printing in PCCF, will it have fitment issues? It will not. It will not. I'm going to give a no fitment issue guarantee. Mm, 90% guarantee. All of these turned out really, really good. This one, I did, let's see. There is a line you can see because I ran out of one spool and had to start another, and they were about 2 years apart in manufacturing date on the spools. So anyway, these are the parts. I'm gonna set this back up here so I can grab them easily. I don't think we need these. We're gonna need this one pretty soon, and probably this one. What nozzle did you use for the PCCF? Nextruder Obsidian. I do have, because I bought it, a high flow one, but I haven't installed it on either of the printers yet. This one's interesting in that the nozzle part, this part is way wider than on the others. Anyway, that's not installed on anything yet. I will figure out where. So we have that. We're gonna need fasteners. What filament does Prusa use to print the parts? That is in here. We've got a bunch of injection molded spool holders, it looks like. So let me set these somewhere where I can remember where I put them. Oh, I thought there were full printed parts. Maybe there's no printed parts in this kit? Or am I missing? Those are all spool holder stuff. That's the electronics. I don't need that yet. Fasteners and plastic parts. The other box. This is all spool holders. That's why it said spool holders on the box. Eontech, how are you? I have tried the MMU2S. I didn't use it much. I have high hopes for this one. Parts. And bearings. Oh, we're going to need that one soon. And fasteners. We're going to recycle the hex tray I used when we updated the Mark 3.5 to 3.9. He's having an amazing time. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to warn me when the toy gets caught, because it gets caught up on the desk there, and then they sit there and wait for it. This is a great upgrade over the MMU3S. I'm counting on it. I am. Stickers and stuff. We had questions on, so most of these parts I think are going to be PET G. Most of these parts are going to be PET G. Or your normal shiny PET G. Shiny, shiny. Quite shiny. Anyway, so yeah, we will. I have the printed, the parts that came printed here as a backup. I would, and we may use a couple of things. The buffer parts I did not reprint. I will be using these, that kind of stuff. So I think we can set this over here, and now we can get into the instructions. It looks way better in the PC CF. I agree. Okay, let's actually use the hex tray. So we have M3x10s, which we know are probably the most common fastener in here. And we got an M3x6. That looks pretty good there too. These out of the way. Some square nuts, which we're going to need a lot of. And a few hex nuts. Hammer 3D. Well, just a second. I need one thing I want to make sure is that the cats have free route back to the house, and the door is shut over here, so I want them to be able to access their food and litter box. Hi. Hi, Jeff. No in 3x8s. Nope. No. I don't think they're used anywhere in a Prusa, right? We have some 4x5. Oh, that's for that part. Oh, we're gonna need that soon, so I might as well put it out here. There we go. The fastener count on something like this is much more manageable than the full printers, so I think I'm going to be able to basically fit within this one tray. We're going to need some springs here. There's a spare. I guess I'll just put those over in here. There we go. Put these back in here. Well, how is everything? I didn't turn my lights on. That's what's going on. I forgot to turn my overhead lights on. There's always something. Go. Get that glare on my forehead. You like the cat cam? I can turn it on and off. You gotta hide the mess in the corner of my desk. That'll work. Okay, cats are fighting, as they should. Kittens fight. They have been terrors at each other's tails lately. Hey, Nathan. Will the cat toys survive the stream? Probably not. Are they named yet? Yes. The one that is playing right now is Felix, and Oscar is coming around into the picture now. Okay, let's get through here. We're going to take this, and we're going to take some bearings and some pins. You seen Thomas's video on emissions? I saw it come up in my feed. I have not gotten to look. They are right at 11 weeks old right now. Let's just dump this. Bearings. Put the bearings over here. Brass rods over here, and that guy over there. Oh, and a couple of little bumper pieces. So we are going to take this one. It looks as the first one. So I'm gonna drop that guy in there. Is that right? Take that one first. The order on this is kind of important. Right in. Nice, firm. Never understood cat's purpose in the world. You're looking at it. And it's just talking about, and then we're just gonna work our way through here. There we go. Nice. Okay, from this side. Look how nicely those are going in. And there's a bit of friction there, so they're not going to just slide out. More a cat person than the wife, or both? I think I'm more the cat person. April never had a cat at all growing up. She had a dog, a couple of dogs probably. Maybe one dog. I think they only had one dog. What was her name? Daisy. Daisy was her name. She was I don't remember the breed, but I had cats growing up. I was never allergic to cats growing up, but now I am. I don't know why, and I was allergic to cats before we got Charlie and Lola, but it's very mild, and over-the-counter antihistamine takes care of it, and I take one anyway, and it seemed to go away over time with Charlie and Lola, so I'm assuming it'll go away again. So, okay, all of those are in. And then we're gonna flip around and do all that, and then we're gonna put a couple of bearings into the, or a bearing into the end. What are you? Oh, you're up in there. They are wire chewers. I gotta figure out how to end break that. Nice, firm. Beard catches cat dander, time to shave. What are you? No. Okay, you cannot be back here. That is computer wires. And we don't want the stream to get cut off. There, don't get distracted there. Okay, so that could be a little more flush. There we go. A couple of parts, and then this goes on with some M3 by 10s and a couple of grub screws. So this guy is on here. Never had a cat, but enjoy all animals. We lost our corgis a couple of years ago, and the wife's not over the emotional impact yet. Yeah. I get it. There's that huge frame in the background. It's a huge frame, yep. Speaking of huge frames, the Phoenix back there is operational again. It is homing and doing all the stuff. Got a few things I need to polish up before I get back to printing with it. I think they went back in the house. Okay. Well, here's what we can do. We can do that. We will pull that up whenever they're in the area. Let's see the Phoenix homing, please. I don't have a good way to get to it right now. Oh, back. Okay, we'll do that. Any significant late development in terms of Phoenix's design? Nothing significant. I mean, it's all polish. Well, yes, there's something significant. I don't want to talk about that yet. I don't know if I should. So, oop. Hear them. So Felix is going to come out at some point covered in cobwebs. That's what they seem to be doing. I need to get this print started, the one that I missed, because the printer is probably heated up, and plus I can check on the cats over here. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? There we go. Yeah, it's just this guy. I missed this. Send to connect. Send it to the Mark IV and confirm. I was just curious. Oh yeah, I understand. It's not my design. Phoenix is not my design. Not at all. Okay, so this is here. All the webs Felix removes are one less year. This is absolutely right. This is absolutely right. All over. Okay, so that's there. And then these grub screws, did they use the Torx? Or is it? So these are going to go in here. Oh, we cannot tighten those yet. Just put them in. Post the videos of the complete Phoenix build. No, I won't do that until the printer is released. Okay, so those are in there. I want to build a Phoenix, but I have no space or purpose or money. It is a huge printer. It is so large. Did that get going? Well, that's not connecting. Let me just visual. Oh, spin out. Yeah, it is. It is getting ready to go. One thing that I don't really like about the profile for about the profile for the PC CF is it heats the nozzle up 100% to the 280 before it even does any of its probing moves, which means occasionally it fails on the nozzle cleaning step. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Kittens are loud. Okay, back. This is. I will be surprised if I finish this today. So I did that. All of those. This is all just checking everything, and then we grab this and the idler motor. So we got motors over here. We need the idler one. Which one of these it is? It's that one. Idler motor, because it says so. And this part. And a bunch of fasteners. So we're going to take these little rubber bumpers and put one here. Just push. There we go. Press and squish and it'll pop through. All the way in there. This guy. Like this. Except there should be idler centering shaft. Push the idler to the left so there's as small a gap as possible. And then one of these guys goes in the end. Does PCCF need an enclosure? I think it probably should. I'm not 100% sure. For the most success, I think it would be best. Took 8 hours and I was rushing through it, so you have a long stream ahead. Well, we'll see. Have you used the Blackbox anymore since last week? I did some maker chips on my tool changer today. I have not. I haven't moved it to the other garage yet. There we go. Push this back, because we went too far. As far to the left as we can go. And that should be it. There's a little... Yep, that's as far to the back as it'll go. And then we throw a M3x10 screw in the end there to make sure that doesn't come out. Which print sheet did you print the PCCF parts? Just the textured sheet. Just the textured sheet. And it looks like it started, so it's good to go. Are there any hex drivers that are double-ended ball and straight version? I don't know. I mean, they have the regular Allen keys, like these Wera or the Weha are straight on the short end and ball on the other end. You can get them straight on both ends, but I don't think you can get them ball on both ends. Who's playing with Felix? Well, Oscar's around here somewhere. I think that shadow behind you is square. It looks canted. Yeah, that moves nice. Cool. And there is a square nut that goes in here. You want 2 ball ends because you can't torque down on a ball end. Well, this is true. I agree. There we go. Pull that in. We're not going to shove any in like this, otherwise you get that. Here, Chapman. Felix is very energetic. There's Oscar. Okay, let's see. Put that in there. Grab the motor. Make sure the flat end is up. Make sure that is up. That looks about right there. Wires going straight up. Flat going up. Everything's up. I did not put the end on the correct way. Can this come out? Not easily. Okay, we will do it from there. I did not put I did not put this guy. Where is it? Where was the instructions for that? This guy. I didn't put this the right way. So let's fix that. Let's fix it in situ. Need to pitch heat sets to Prusa. Yes. Hey, Chapman. On a straight driver, that's 1 ball end, or I can flip around the handle for a straight. The short end will handle more ugga-duggas, thus ball end would be a strip break. I agree. This is very important to get this in the correct orientation, and They failed to do so. Okay, which way did was that supposed to go? Let's grab some pliers and grab it so I can grab it and rotate it. There we go. Okay, so if that is like that, this goes like that. I think. You've been working out. I seem more sporty. I don't feel more sporty. I have not been working out. Are most of the screws torqued straight into plastic? No inserted nuts. Well, there's a nut. There's no room in this spot for an inserted nut. This used to be on the MMU2. This used to be a printed part on the end here, and a square nut and a screw driven into the side of the. No, you don't need up there. Oh, both of you are up here. Come on. There you go. Square nuts and zip ties. Yep. Okay, now we can get back to, now we have a grub screw in the right spot. So that grub screw straight up, and then stepper straight in. Make sure that these are not inserted too far. Which one is in the way? Okay. If they're even just the tiniest bit in the way, keep that from inserting. There we go. Okay, let's see what it says to do next. Head down here, into here. That needs to be pushed all the way over. 2 M3x10s into the end here. Should be using my LDO driver here. So it's supposed to be durability testing it. What was that? Yeah. Oscar in all the places. There and there. And then 2 on the bottom here. What was that? I heard a mew. What was the mew for? This is a more fun. This is a more fun playground than the other printer garage. Make sure I don't strip this. I'll cross thread it. There we go. Is it finished yet? Nearly. How you doing, John? It was very nearly. Oh, that just finished. Let's see, will I get a notification? Yep. Nice. Okay, that's moved all the way. It's there. Then we're going to pull the idler all the way away from the motor. There should be just a small gap on the left side. Still aligned with the flat part and tighten up fully. So we're going to push this. Make sure that is well aligned. Just a little bit, and then the other side. Just a little bit. There we go. There. So that is on there. Happy, thanks for being a member. Who are the new guys? That is Felix and Oscar. That is Felix and Oscar. Okay, next. Replace the words full duplex with two-way. Okay, we're going to put together this thing. The selector. Selector. We got a magnet and a bearing. Insert the magnet into the marked opening. The orientation of the magnet does not matter. Which magnet? That's blades. We're going to need those soon. Probably going to need that soon too. Hey 3D HP. Hey BBs. Oh, more blades. 2 sets of blades. And then a magnet. Orientation does not matter. Where does that go? What slot does that go in? Down here, right? Yeah. In there. Does it have a cutter? It does. That's what the blades are for. They're sharp. They will cause you to have to, I don't know, bandage your hand. And a bearing. That sticks. Trapezoidal nut. Where is that? Where is that? Is it in here? It is. On the selector. Probably a bunch of square nuts. We got a hex nut and a square nut. So a hex nut goes in besides the magnet. A square nut goes in here. Why is the bandage on while the blade is poking? Does that mean the person didn't learn the first time? That sounds reasonable to me. Are you chilling over there? Okay. I can turn that off for now. Is this going to tell me when I get my Haribo fix? That. Pull that. Pull that through there. Keep the soft bleedy bits away from the sharp pokey bits. Exactly. and then a couple M3x10s to hold this thing in here, but loosely. Now, there are 2 holes here that are threaded and 2 that are not. So I'm going to use the not threaded ones. And on this one, I'm going to tighten it, but then loosen both of them up. Just make sure that nut was seated. Go. Hey, good timing. That thing just finished. So in the printed parts, where I put that box, right here is this piece. Which has a large M5 heat set. It's just a heat set. I wonder if I have in my stuff, I have more of these. I really liked using them for a long time, so I actually ordered extras from Prusa years ago. I don't know where they might be, so we'll just use this one. So we are going to take an M5 bolt. Doesn't matter. And thread it partially in. And I'm going to heat up my iron. It is a heat set. Absolutely is a heat set. This absolutely would not recommend just pushing this in. Where's the M5? Is this one M5? That one is, can't read it. M4. No, that's M6. M3. This one must be M5. M5. And once again, soldering irons work way better when they are plugged in. I had to move it because I was doing some soldering stuff on the Phoenix. So let's plug that in. Hey Kyle, are you familiar with electric mini screwdrivers niche? What's your take on these? I think they're really cool. I tend to just grab manual drivers. This is a long-standing thing on the channel of whether I should use my ES15 or my Hodo. I have ES15, which is, yep, it's still on. And I have a Hodo, but I have more control. Yep, exactly. There's even an emoji for it. So anyway, if we take this and we take a big tip on the iron and just kind of, I can grab it to either side, and a button head was a bad idea here. A socket head would have been a whole lot better, but just heat this from the top while putting gentle pressure straight down. That will release as soon as it's warm enough. There we go. But let's see. These little bits. And this is going to retain heat a lot longer. This is the same part that they used on MMU2, Bob. Nothing changed there. Let me grab the... Oh, how cute. They are underneath the Shapeoko bench, getting ready to sleep. Fresh PC CF part. So this can go in here, and let's turn this thing on. And we're going to want to up that temperature a bit. Oops. Let's up that temperature to, its print temp is 280. I'm gonna go just to 270. Need extra new ones of these? We do. Yeah. We do. Hello, Nat. Okay. And then just like any other heat set. Just like any other heat set. I got my bumper to where it doesn't hit all the way to the floor. So this would, I mean, it probably would just press in, but it'll certainly be stronger if you heat press it in. Playing got weekend jobs out of the way, not quite in time for stream. Well, welcome, Scotty. Yeah, this PCCF is really nice. It is really nice. Ooh, hot, hot, hot. Hot, hot, hot. Transfer some of that heat to my fingers. Oh yeah, they're asleep. I don't know if I can get, I don't know if you'll be able to see I do this. They are right here. In the shadows. Here. Yeah. You can see the sheen of Felix. Okay, we are gonna put these bronze bushings in and push those in so they are flush. What way do they want us to put this from? Let's put it from the side. Very tight. Jaws on these big ones are larger than that bushing, so there we go. Bits. Let's see if I can get in over here. Yep. Perfect. And then we got more square nuts to here. Here. Push into the table instead of into my hand. There we go. First part of the stream, my comments that should be given to developers so far. Any comments that should be given? Not yet. I have a comment for you, Bob. I printed the hinge top panel for the enclosure. The parts that are out there on printables are not print oriented. And one of them wasn't very obvious, and I missed it. So I just canceled object on that one. But they are usually pretty good about print orienting things, and that could be corrected. And then attach the front plate. And that goes right like that. 2 guess M3 by 10s. Type. Stay in a hotel and yeah. Anybody decide they're going to Vice that was on the fence? Anybody going to Vice? Then we have the selector assembly, which means a square nut and the super fenda. That goes there, that goes there. Nice chuckle when Daniel was doing this. So that, a brand new fenda. Love to, but I've got both kids' birthdays that week. Ooh, yeah, that'll do. Just gonna clean this up. Okay, this is gonna go like this. This is gonna end up going this way, so I'm just gonna bias the bend in the wire over here, and then 3 by 10 in here. And this guy right to where it's flush inside that window there, so you can see it there. I'm gonna go right there, and we'll do it with the wire right there. Just enough to hold it in place. And then when the filament goes through here, it'll push that ball bearing up and trigger the inductive sensor here. We got the blades. Oh, how did I missed this whole little group of parts. Shoot. How did I do that? I looked through everything. Apparently I didn't. So selector front plate, blade holder. That I didn't print. That's really odd. Slice it. And let me clean off the print plate from the last one. Won't take very long. It's probably a less than 10-minute print. Is there anything else in this assembly that I'm missing? Because it seems to be this. Yeah. So let's send it. That is a 9-minute print. Send it to Mark IV, confirm. Hey Wade. We've got friends in the Reno area, gonna visit them on Thursday. Nice. Emergency print, yep. So for right now, I am going to skip this part. This is ready for the blades. That'll probably take about 15 minutes to get going. It's got to heat the bed back up. So let's see where we're at for the next parts. Oops, this one. So fix the blade holder in place. We're gonna, are there more in? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put these square nuts in here, or the square nut. There's only one, right? Yep. Just like that. And I think that is it. We're gonna orient these blades on here. It looks like we are version B. I don't know why there's a difference. I wonder what came with this. Let's see what parts are in here. Is that in there? If they're easy to find. Packaged odd. Oh, there it is. Ah, that's interesting. Oh, I don't. Let's see. I grabbed the wrong thing to check. Yeah, this is the same way. With the little separator there is the same as the separator on there. So, yep, they're just chilling. Hey, 3D Medic Vince. We got folks coming in from Grant. Version B holds the blades better. Okay. Well, that's what we have. I can throw this guy on here if we want to just swap it out here in a minute. That way I can put an assembly in place. So why don't we do that? We get the blades. We got extra blades. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. So this is going to do something like that. Nope, further up. Something like that. This one is going to be that. That looks just like the picture. Got there or there. So we got no gap or we got a little bit of a gap. And that looks like the same kind of gap I have here. So let's close that. And then we're going to put the blade holder on and we'll just do this one for right now. And an M3 by 10. And we'll swap that out for the one that's being printed right now. Moves left to right, so it used that existing motion and 2 in order to cut both directions. Helps with the stringy tips. Yep. So that should be good right there. So we'll swap that part out once it finishes printing, but that lets us keep moving on the guide. Pulley body assembly. We've got pulley, a couple of bearings. And a bearing in there. So 3 bearings in this pulley body. Well, this one goes into this little pocket here. So I think I found that my small Knipex fit in here. Yep. And helps pull that in straight. Yep. Nice. Make sure it's all the way. It's good. Okay. Have a bunch of small PTFE and this part and a bunch of square nuts. So bunch of square nuts in there, PTFE in there with the, I don't know if it's chamfered on both sides or not, but we will find out. Where is the Little bits of PTFE, are they in here? Zip ties, and lock nuts, new pieces for the neck extruder. I think this is all neck extruder stuff. So let's keep this all in here. Hey, the GPs. They're in here. Little bits of, we're gonna need this. Probably gonna need this bag here pretty soon anyway. There we are. Welcome, Grant. Welcome, 3D Musketeers, folks. Hi, Torsten. So, if anybody doesn't know, 3D Musketeers, Grant and I have a little setup where I link to his stream that's prior to mine, and he raids into mine. So, if you're ever waiting for my stream to start, Grant is usually talking about something pretty interesting. Today was the Stratasys and Bamboo lawsuit. Hey, Ronnie and Scott. Hi, Wyo. Welcome. Hey, Duff. Okay, so I think we have an extra one of these. I'll put that over there. And then these have a chamfer on one side and not on the other. So this is chamfer side out, and these are going to go in here. So, but first, I'm going to put in these square nuts that have to go into each little pocket. Where's your hex tray? It's right here. Right here. Next week, we have an attorney to talk about it too. That's right. Very, very nice. These are going in there nicely. Oh, all of those in. Starting getting a portable NTFS drive to mount on my new Pi 5. Oh, fun. How are we doing on likes? We need a whole lot more likes. We only have 79 and 225 people here. Okay, so now all of these can go in here. That's 10 too many. I guess I have 2 extra. That's nice. So those all go there. Put this over here. And this guy is going to go on here. I like that. You can see those through there. And then M3x10s. Still want an MMU3 for my Mark IV, but it would take so much space on my desk. Yeah. Just installed the Big 2 Tech Pi 2 and redone Catapult and CAN bus. M3x10, the workhorse of all 3D printer assemblies. The most common fastener in these Prusa builds for sure. They're the M3x8. Voron's the M3x8, Prusa's M3x10. Those guys are going to be out for a while. I found a good spot to sleep though. I will set something up to hopefully entice them to sleep on out here. Doesn't have to be super tight, just hold together. Right, Rig uses M3 by every possible variant. Let's close that. Got those in, all those tightened, and we have this part. And we're going to insert collets and put a couple of nuts in the end here. So let's put those nuts in first. They go right into there. Prusa MMU, you're gonna love it. Can you believe MFOC is less than 2 weeks away? I homed the Phoenix, so it's definitely going with me. Cargo van is rented. Bill and I are driving it down there. So those are in. And then we need all our little collets here on which end? I assume the bigger end. Yeah. So these, you want to make sure you don't bend any of the legs out. Goes in. Yep, Bill is accompanying me. It's going to make the trip much less tedious and long and boring. Pick up Mad Cat on her way. Unfortunately, there's only room. A cargo van only has 2 seats in it. Unless Mad Cat wants to ride inside a Phoenix. I'm sure we can fit it with seat belts. Just kind of being careful, working these in. John would definitely fit inside a Phoenix. There we go. You would not fit inside a V0, but you would fit inside a Phoenix. Okay, and then this guy goes on here with, what do you think? M3x10s. So this is gonna go right in here like that. That fits really nice. I like this. I like this whole assembly here. It's just the right number of parts to be printable. Hey, Maker Viking. I don't know what the progress is or efforts being done on making this work with other non-Prusa printers. I just don't know. So I haven't looked. Now we're gonna get into doing the pulley motor parts. An extra long shaft stepper here. Joseph bought a truckload of M3x10s in 2010 and is still working through it. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. So motor. So we go wires back, flat of the shaft up. It is extra long. Look at that. I mean, somebody's compensating. I think I want to build the community mod with 10 colors. I like printing with a ton of colors, but having them all loaded and ready to go is pretty awesome. Okay. What do we do here? We throw these guys on there, and then we throw it into the machine. So which orientation do we throw those on? In that orientation. Oop, gonna need a itty bitty screwdriver. Hey, Jeff. Jeff, the kiddies are exclusively using the litter robot now. Don't even have the other one available for like the last several days. So all of these, uh-oh, that one almost. Yes, treading close to the sun there. Your litter robot has an error. That's not good. Cats in that row must be like a teacup ride. It stops when they're in there. Now I found out that the cats are over 3 pounds now, so I just leave it on. It has trouble, or it's not as consistent in detecting when a cat under 3 pounds is in it. So they are. It thinks that Oscar is the only one that uses it though, because they're still kind of close in weight. Although I think Oscar is going to end up being much bigger than Felix. Hey, John. If you're ever hungry while going through Stockton on the 5, stop at Garlic Brothers. Okay. Uses a time of flight sensor, not a weight sensor. Until they're big enough to use it as they... 3 pounds is our base weight. Yeah. And it seems it stops every time they get in there. So I think it's detecting them properly. Okay. We're gonna go, this sits like here. This goes in here. And we're gonna put some M3x10s and there, and there, and there. So this is going to go back. Those guys, there we go, just like that. Oop. Kitty prison so it can do its business outside. Yeah, around here, for this area, I don't want to risk them being outdoor kitties. So they get an indoor litter box. Just gonna go here. Hey, Nomad. How are you? What I would like to see, Jeff, I don't know if it's possible or maybe I'm missing a feature. It would be nice if I could go in there and tell it which cat used it. So it would get a quicker idea of which one weighs what. Because it's seeing a cat that's 3.1 pounds and a cat that's 3.5 pounds. And it would be kind of nice to see if I could help train it. Hi, Felix. If cats suspect that you have another cat in your heart. Well, there's definitely probably smells still around, but they don't care. Okay, we're gonna line all these up and tighten them down and that. So let me get a piece of filament. Did it really? What happened? Why isn't it starting this next job? Did I not send it? It didn't send the job. Why didn't it send the job? Why didn't it send the job? Send to connect. Mark 4. Confirm. Is it receiving? not. I don't know. I'm going to leave it there for a minute. Can I see its status over here? No, that's not coming up. I hate it when it does that. RFID reader, you can read their chips? Oh, really? There's an automatic boxes that use an RFID on a tag for a collar. Oh, but I don't think the litter robot can read the RFID, can it? I'm gonna grab a piece of silver filament here. Oops. Hey, Venona. My online storage is not full. I don't have time to figure out why this isn't receiving. So we're just gonna grab the USB drive and send it. Save this. Save. Why is this trying to send as CalCube? There's some bugginess in this. It's trying to save as Steve CalCube when it's MMU3 blade holder. It sent the, yeah, MMU3. Let's just send it here. Save. Yes. Hey, Danny. Sneakernet. Yep. That's the name of the project. I don't know why it's still the name of the project. I've deleted and started over. Yeah, I've never had that happen before. Whenever I delete things, delete the plate and start over, it started a new project. So something is weird. There we go. Okay, that'll be 20 minutes now. Okay. We are going to line all these up. So. Mine does that if I saved it as a project. I think I don't usually save projects, but I did save that cube. So I'm sure that's exactly what's going on. I did save that cube. I never save projects. I only did that because I did some painted on other colors. Okay, so we are going to get this on here and not have everything to the left like Daniel. I know my fingers and hands are in the way of actually seeing this, but it's more important for me to be able to see it. see. Yep. Yeah, an Allen wrench would probably be fine too, but that is on. Okay, selector parts prep. Well, now we need that part that should have been done 20 minutes ago. I thought the part said to use, I thought this says to use a piece of filament. Take a perfectly straight piece of filament. Using an Atom Mini with OBS. What is an Atom Mini? Are you using an Atom Mini? What's an Atom Mini? I guess that's the answer. No. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with the alignment there. We are good. Video switching device. No, I have a Elgato Camlink Pro, which is the 4 HDMI input. So I've also sighted down the path, and I can see on every one the hob part of these is centered along that filament path. I think that's a good visual indicator. If I go through there, each one is centered. Is there such a thing as perfectly straight filament? No. Okay, let's see how far we can get in this before we need to get that cover that's printing and should be done in just a few minutes, hopefully. Oh, there's a warning. What's the warning? Nozzle cleaning failed. See, Bob, that's the feedback for the Prusa folks, is that they frickin' do the print prep for the PC at full nozzle temp, and it fails about every third or fourth time because it oozes. It just keeps oozing. Okay, so we are going to insert a couple of, what is this? Insert selector as seen in the picture. Insert 2 shafts through the marked openings. Insert 2 M3 nuts in the marked openings. Okay, so let's get a couple of square nuts in here. Printing PC next to me. Printing PC 20 feet away in an enclosure over there. Okay, so those in there. And I think we are kind of stuck for 10 minutes. What can I prep beyond that? Okay, we got this. Idler parts preparation. Not ready for that yet. We can do this. We're gonna skip up here to putting the control board on the electronics. Hey, Oscar. Where is Felix? Felix, go to the house. See you, Kobe. Have a good one. Okay, so we are going to throw some nuts in here, and it's this guy. Do this with some M3x10s to pull these in. Oh. Is that gonna do it this time? What happened? Oh, it's heating back up because it cooled down the plate after the last one. Make sure the nozzle cleaning area is scraped. It's heating the bed back up. You already answered this, but I was late. Sorry, did you print all these parts on the Mark IV? I did. I printed it on the Mark IV in the enclosure back there. Okay, so that goes there, and then we get the electronics. I'm mostly ignoring questions on the thing and curious what folks end up assuming or guessing. Okay, so. We got sheep edition. What's the story behind the sheep edition? I feel like I know that. I feel like I've heard that, but don't remember. So this is gonna go in here like this, and then LEDs will show through there in 3x6s. Do you think natural ABS ASA is easier to print? It seems to be a bit tamer in my experience. I think, I don't know that it's easier. I've only printed some natural ABS. I've never tried natural ASA. I don't know. There was a sheep on the MMU3 board. Yep. It's not quite the goat. Yeah, this is the same board as the MMU2. There's a little adapter that goes in there that hooks up to the printer. Oh, is it gonna go this time? I think so. Okay, that's gone. That's there. Yep, there's a little adapter, little power delivery board. And a controller. So we're going to install this little power delivery board and a little cover. This little cover. This guy goes in here. This is probably going to be a little bit of a tight fit, because it's got an angle in here just right. Angle in here just right. Oops, without bending the pins. So I think a lot of this is for compatibility with Mark III, because the connectors are still different. but I don't know what all this, here, before I get too far, we can look, there's some stuff that goes on there. I am going to clean this up just a little bit. Hopefully ease that going in there. There we go. Just that tiny little bit. There. MK3, MMU3 version uses the power to... Oh, okay. Never mind. What's the... And then this plugs in. We hold this thing here. This plugs in to these two on the end here. Plugs in there. And I don't think it does anything more than that for right now. Yeah, it just goes in there. Don't connect or disconnect the cable. If it's plugged in, for right now, I think that's where we're going to leave that. We're not going to connect cables yet, so we're almost done. We have not been told that we get any Haribo yet. What is on the next step? We can start putting this together, the buffer system. I'm going to take Haribos because it doesn't look like it's going to tell us we get any. The gummies are going to flow. The MMU2 developed a low power problem as firmware got updated. This solved it. Oh, okay. See? This is why we're glad Bob's here. Ah. Haribo time. Okay. So we got plates. We got printed parts for the buffer system. That must be this. This and this. No, I did not reprint these, I said. So we're going to grab those. This guy, is this symmetric? Oh, no, it's not. Tell us which way to go. That's not like, it's not like them. They usually tell you which way to put something like this. Because there's a difference. Okay, so I think this is going to be the bottom. So we'll go like this. That goes in there. And a bunch of, or 4 square nuts. Send you an alternate mounting option for this later. Oh, okay. We'll shift back to the main unit assembly here in a minute when that print finishes. Ah, there we go. Yeah, got to push those all the way in. Then we got this guy that gets a couple of them. Okay, that is all the way in. And I guess we're going to grab these plates. Grab these plates and peel them. Oscar is sleeping there. Felix probably went in the house. So I hope so. Ooh, this side is much more firmly attached. There we go. Hi, Evan. So then according to this, this goes like this and like that. Oops. 3. That. Nope. The other way. There we go. You can see part orientation on step 7. Well, I'm not on step 7 right now. You should see part orientation before, as you need to set it. So that's a bit of feedback there, Bob. So that's there. That goes on to the bottom. And then is not compatible with Clipper. Right. Insert the remaining 5 buffer plates. Okay, so I have this right. So this goes like this. This goes right in there. And then we put all of them in there. One side came off easy. Let's see the other. Oh, yep. One side is easy, one side is a little stickier. And that print is done. So let's get these all inserted, and hopefully there's a point that makes sense. Actually, this is the point that makes sense. Let's set this aside for a moment and finish the main unit install, since we're right there. We didn't get very far into that, but we still made some little bit of progress. Oh. Oh. Hot, 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 hot. 110-degree plate. Ooh, it needs some heat. Little stress marks on it from pulling it off hot. Oh. There we go. New part. 2.4 pounds been in a box in my office since last July. They don't peel so easy. Okay, so what we're doing is we're replacing this icky pet G part. And make sure I don't dislodge those. Straight off. And straight back on. Oh, Felix is back. Maybe he never left. I just see him over there now. All the way down. They want that to not, those blades to not dislodge. Hi, Mark. Okay, now we can get back to this. So this is going to set in here, and these rods are going to go through. All right, like that. Let's go back. Instructions. Get back to where we left off here. Okay, so we're going to go there. I'm going to put both rods in. And then we are going to make sure it moves smoothly. It's not moving super smooth yet. Let's get this inserted all the way. There we go. It's not binding on the Where's the crazy tall frame on the table behind Steve? The crazy tall frame. Let's get, is there any lube that they say to do anything on this? It seems like just a tiny bit would be a good thing. But it does move back and forth. It does not move back and forth like on its own weight. I don't know to what point, because this is going to be important for it's going to be important for sensorless homing on this. It moves consistent. Anti-gravity chamber for the kiddies for skydiving practice. I have not been using the Milo. I intend to hopefully do something with it maybe tomorrow. We'll see if I can get to it. I think we're going to go with this and see if that's going to be an issue or not. So let's get the stepper in here. Fully inserted. What does this say here? Take a perfectly straight piece. Oh, that's that. Until they're fully inserted. And then that's up, can move around freely while the rods are in place. How freely? That's the question. How freely? Here, I got an idea. Before we go too far, let's pull these out. Ah, bottom ones, tough. Yeah. Go. And let's grab just this guy. Let's see, we have sanity check parts here. We got sanity check parts. Let's do this. We don't need any of the rest here to get a valid test. Let's go in there. Those are much looser to fit through. The bottom one is tighter than the top one. And that is very smooth. That is very smooth, which has me concerned that this is going to be a problem. So why is that smooth? This is the same issue Daniel had, I know. So what I think I'm going to do is, these are 5mm holes, I think. I'm going to run a reamer through them to loosen them up a bit, because these were significantly looser. Yeah, were significantly looser to put in. So we're going to run a reamer in here, and this is going to loosen up the spacing just a tiny bit. See, Art Chapman, we're on the same page. And Rod. This last one over here is going to be a little more difficult. Got a one without a thing in. Let's see. Kitties are asleep. Hey, Amanda. The kitties are here. They're just asleep underneath the Shapeoko bench. Trying to get in here and get this out, but it's really hard to get that one. Name is Oscar and Felix. Felix is the black one, and Oscar is an orange tabby. Right now, Felix is the one that likes the most attention, but Oscar's coming around. Okay. Let's see if that did the trick. See if these they go in a lot easier. There we go. Yeah, a whole lot easier to go in. The end one is still tough on the end. I want to work on that a little bit. Let me work on this a little bit more. just don't have enough space, and I can't get through from the end here. I don't have an extra long reamer, so I got to do this kind of hand. We do have a cat cam. Let's see, it's pointing at the toy that they've been playing with, but right now they're sleeping. They're kittens. They sleep a lot. Got catnip. I don't know that catnip's great for little ones. They're not of age. They're not of legal catnip age. See if I can get it on this slightly textured spot of the... There we go. That's a little easier. So the idea is hopefully it goes in the end there. Yep, that goes a little easier. Okay, so let's see what that did to its ability. It's in a lot easier. Not enough. Not enough. It's not a... It's a little better, but it's not there. Where is it rubbing? Let's see. Let's see if I can tell. I think they're too close together, just looking at the spacing on the bushings. So what can I do about that? What can I do about that? I think they are too close together, which means the vertical spacing here, which is a direction in the print that you wouldn't expect. It's not catching anywhere. It's just friction. This is smooth, but it's too much friction. It's smooth, but there's too much friction. And I can see the gap here. The pins are too close to each other. Now I'm a little concerned with trying to open up these holes, but I don't know if I have much choice. I don't want to... Yeah, those were really tight in there, but I don't know if I can get them out now, Bill. I don't know if I can get these out without destroying them. Without making it worse. You're right, a reaming on here would have allowed them to set a little more relaxed. How can I get those out without hurting them? That's straight in there. Keep one snug and the other float just a bit. Is that a bearing or a sleeve? This did work well on the other one, you're right. This part did, but I need it to... It's a sleeve. Reamer for the interior diameter of the rods. No, because it's a little bigger than the 5 millimeters. Can I do anything here? Let's do... I don't know if this is going to be... I know you don't want those bushings loose in the printed part. Absolutely. I can't even see what I just did there. See if I can do something similar here. See if I made any difference there. Let's see first. Yeah. See if I made any difference. Get this out. That's good. It's a little tight on this side. The other side is better, which is kind of interesting because that's the side that I did less work on. But I think that's probably a decent path. I'm ovaling the top one just a tiny bit, just the tiniest bit. And I'm not going to expect to get full as loose as the other part, but I think it'll still be okay. And if it has trouble homing, then we'll know why. I don't want to change the diameter of the rods. I do not want to modify anything but printed parts on this, because really the better answer would be to just switch to this, but I don't want to do that. So I just did a little bit of adjustment to this top hole. We'll see if that made a difference. It did. It's not, it is not as smooth as the other, but it's not taking a lot of, force to move it. I'm going to leave it right there because I don't want to go too far. If we run into problems with this functioning, then we'll know exactly where we start looking, but I'm going to call that okay right now. Okay, now we're going to put this in here and selector cable up, thread that in, put in, we want the around 2 centimeters on the other end. So it's interesting that it is impacted in the Z direction, because that's where you would expect the least amount of printed part change. And you'd expect less in these carbon filled filaments anyway. So we're going to go about 2 centimeters off from this side, somewhere around there. Filament up, and the 3 in 3x10s. This is Prusament PC polycarbonate carbon fiber. We have 58 minutes until filament giveaway time. links in the pin post and the description. We don't want to over tighten these. This moves fine. And then I think we're going to just snug these up. This does not work with the Voron. Apparently not enough memory on the little chip on the little control board to install Clipper on it. Okay, we got that and that. And now we are going to force left and right. That goes all the way to the end. That's moving just fine through there. You're absolutely right. This is a blend. It is a carbon fiber blend or a polycarbonate blend. Just about anything that we can print well on our hobby level printers, it's going to be a blend. The Polymaker stuff is a blend. This is a blend. What with? That's a good question. Talking about it more on Discord, but nobody has looked into it. I expect you could find a way to link it with Prusa's MMU firmware, but that requires effort. Then fully tighten those 2 screws. That moved all the way to the end without any problems. And now we're going to grab our springs and longer screws, and we're going to put the top on here. So we're going to grab this guy. This guy sits right on here. Come here, and we put a pin in. So a pin's going to go in here, one of these pins. Goes in nicely. And a one on either side. Go. Just everything has been fitting so well for the rest of these parts that it is just kind of interesting that that one little spot was a problem. And then in 3x10s to lock those in, just to make sure those pins don't come out. So. Any spool of filament? I want to try Polymaker's new Fibron filaments. Head of that screw does not provide a stop for the pin at a washer. It does. That's overlapping. It doesn't have to overlap really at all. I mean, much. Yeah, both of those are overlapping. Okay, that's there and there. Then that will move up and out of the way. Insert in the marked openings on the inside of the pulley body. Insert on the marked, where? Oh, in there. Well, now's a great time to tell me that. What's the orange? Open. That's a, oops. Let's turn that off. Now's a great time. Let's move this back over this way so we can put a square nut in there. Falls out if you do it too early. Oh, really? There we go. Yeah, that one is a little looser fit than the others. There we go. Okay. Did we already have one over there? Yes. So now we need some M3x30s and the springs. Those just go into here, and then we're back to the control board. So. These are just tightened to where they're flush. The head is flush with the plastic. There we go. Give some appliance there. We did that, we did that, that. We need to control the wire. Where's the cable? Is that over here? I need this guy. Hey, Arthur. This guy. Yep. So this is gonna go on this. There. Right there. It's a different plug than this side. This goes to the Mark IV. Look at the front of that screw recess. There are depth marks if you find a need to increase tension. Oh, I see. Yep, I see that. This is what we're talking about. Little depth marks. And a slot there to see it. Okay, now we get to connect everything. So now with this setting here like this, we connect all the things. So come from over here. This guy goes in here. And then this one goes into the second. This one goes into the third. And then the Binda goes into the next one. There we go. Motors, fenda, and nothing in the last one. What are you doing? Hi guys. They're just snuggling. Hey Marcel. And then what is that? Insert an M3 square nut there. Flip this thing around. So all of this is coming around here. This is coming off this way. This goes right there. And 3x18s. There is a Charlie cam for the kittens. Where are you at? There we are. There is. I've got it turned off right now because there's no kittens in front of it. There's a cartridge changer project underway for Clipper. Go. get in there. Now we got wire management to do. So this is going to go all the way over. And this is going to come around here. So we're going to basically go through and there. So this is cable management. Here we are. So move that all the way over. Zip tie it to the stepper here. So let's get our zip ties out. Okay, so we're going to come through here. We're going to make sure that this has enough space here. Zip tie it to the stepper motor here. Right there. Then we're going to come around, grab our pulley stepper wire and grab all of these with a zip tie. Oops. Well, I missed the red wire there somehow. Sacrifice a zip tie. All right, acted. We are building the Prusa MMU3. Just kind of want to make sure it's in a good spot. That's right there. Come around the back, and what is it telling us to do right here? Wrap the MMU printer cable in the textile wrap if it isn't already. Join the so join all of these up and zip tie to the top. What is the orange there? Tucking it under the electronics cover. Okay, so this is going to come up here, and this is going to come up. Take this here. So all of these are fine. These kind of come up this way, around that. We're going to pull one through. There's a zip tie right here. Turn it around the right way. Grab all of these. It's going to go up there. That's going to go there. It's not. We don't need to tighten these super tight. It's just management. Keep things out of the way. Keep things out of the way. This is going to come right here and tuck in right like that. This one's going to come through here. Oh, there we go. Straight out the side there. little bit more slack here. Just make sure that that's not tight. Yeah, that ends up reasonably clean. Okay, so I think that takes care of. So now we got to put our feet on, which means 2 more square nuts in over here. Feetsies. This goes right like this. 3x10s. Can't keep up. Well, the goal. Oh shoot! You might catch up. I forgot to put the square nut there. Shoot. Okay, I don't think that's as dire as it seems. We're gonna do 2 things here. We're gonna loosen these all the way. That way that can pivot. You can also see how much this. Okay, yep, that'll pivot enough, it looks like. Get that. So now that can pivot, should be able to get in here to that screw. I just need to get this out just enough to get a nut in there. So what material is that printed in? This is the Prusament PC CF. There we go. That's probably enough. Yep. On there. Okay. And that one. Go. These guys. And I can view them from the front here for flush. Right there. There. 1 minute mistake. At least it's the first one I went to install. Come on, where are you not? Oh, because you're not all the way in there. There we go. Hey, Clown Hammer. Not getting MMU3 assembly this time, I guess. What? I don't know. I don't know. WR? Both of them are in there. World record time. Oh. I see. I don't know. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes into this, including some kidding time. I think we're doing pretty good. Need to get a proper twist on this cable. Proper twist on that. There we go. Okay, that is the MMU assembled. Nope. I am, similar to Daniel, I am going to use this plate because until I get around to trying to redo this in a multi-material print, this looks way better. What was done for the rods on the Selector? Just some massaging of the top holes. PZ stream. Did you say the Revo PZ stream is this week? Yes. It is this week. I think a V0 would be fine. I still have no plans or desires to put one on a V0 because I don't have to adjust the beds on my V0s once they're there. I can print the new plate. Well, once I put the one on my enclosed one, maybe. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to want to do it in the similar material. If I'm going to reprint this in PETG or PLA, there's no point. I'll just use this one. Are there any problems with using CHT or high flow nozzles with the MM? I don't know. That is a great question. I think it's Haribo time. That is a great question. Bob, do you know? And I don't know if PC Blend sticks with like ASA. Are they compatible materials? Because you're not going to get PC Blend in orange or, well, at least in orange. More increased purge? Okay. Okay. That, and then we have rear PTFE prep. But I feel like we should do this after we get it on the printer. Insert the 5 long PTFE tubes. From now on, you need to remove the PTFE tube, push the black collet. One next to the pulley, verify the PTFE tube is fully inserted. Stickers, applying stickers. And then let's get back to the buffer. So this is done. The unit itself is done. Where am I going to put it? I guess I'll put it over here where the stepper box was. Hey, Simon. Okay, we were here and here and here and here, and then we put all 5 in there, and then 3 M3 by 30 screws. So what was the orientation here? This going like this going like this. And then this down here. That. As we go. I feel like this is going to be fiddly. What happens with all the printers you build? Do you just store them, or are those There are no orders. I have them all. And I have space, actually, to hook almost all of them up at once. I'm rapidly running out of that space, but that's a future me problem. Not very far in the future me. So Nuno, a low pressure probe like the PZ, I expect would probably work fine on a V0. There is almost no pressure on to trigger. So I wouldn't say you can't use, you would need to be tested to see if there are any issues, but I wouldn't say instantly that it's not going to work. Go. You have the power to run them all at once. I do actually. I have 4 20 amp circuits in the immediate area of where most of the printers are. Oh, come on. There we are. Let's see. Aw, so close. Studies in clicky. I think beacon and survey tap should also work. Oh, and one more. Let's see, can we do an orientation that'll let us pull this in one go? Tap isn't low pressure. No, not at all. Not at all. Yep. Nice. Okay, so those are on, those are in, and then we have, it says M3 by 30s, and 2 here. Go. I don't want to pay your electric bill. Yeah, fortunately I have solar now, which of course isn't free, but I'm not going to tighten those because it's flexing the whole thing. Oh, why is, oh, is this a M3 by 40 up there? Or is it just barely reach? Oh, it just barely reaches, okay. Alternate buffer. And I'm assuming that we put these over here. And another one down here, and this will keep this from exploding on me. Oh, that, interesting. Those touch each other there, so what do we do? This says, this does not tell me to put that one in yet, but it told me to put this one in, so. Why is that not threading in? Is one of these not in all the way? Oh, it's trying to thread into the next one, and it's not lined up with the threads. Huh. Okay. Do not over tighten the screws. Attach the other two. These don't thread in the whole way. This is all M3 by 30s. That would, the picture indicates that they should thread in the whole way. Why are they not? Okay, I'm going to sight down these and see what's going on. Pull this side off. Question for you. I got a CMS 350 Creality Meanwhile clone out of Ender 3 Pro and a Meanwhile UHP 200. Am I better off with the 200 or the 350 clone on a 2.4? If you're just a normal 2.4 without any extra power requirements, then I would say stick with the UHP. For one thing, it's going to be a lot quieter. It doesn't have a fan. That Creality power supply has a fan. Oh, that doesn't reach. Long boy does not reach. I wanted to make sure that I have these nuts in here all the way. No, this is going all the way through the panels. It's not a panel issue. It's a thread into the nut issue. Panels are all the way in, and it's going through all of the panels. It just was not, it's not threading into the nut. Yeah, it's not getting, it's like cross-threading on the nut. Yeah, that goes all the way through to the nut. Let's pull that out now. Once it hits the nut, it's cross-threading. Maybe that nut is bad. Let's try the other side. So we go all the way through, all the way to the nut. That'd be weird if I got two bad nuts. Let's try a fresh screw. Okay, so that one is going all the way. Let's leave that right like that. That one tight. That one tight. Now, can I get that? There's no way, there's no easy way to get that nut out. Let's try a fresh screw. Fresh screw. So we will toss that screw. Maybe it was the screw. Okay, those are all in the same amount without over tightening. And then I imagine we put one through here for these last panels over here. So we figure out how to line them up. Come on. Okay, it's going. It just needs to be threaded. There we go. Not too tight. There we go. It doesn't go into a recess, so. Okay, that part is done. That screw in. That is in. And then we have plate holders. Holders. What was that? Plate holders. That's something. Is that in this box? Might be. A bunch of this stuff. There we are. This is what I want. Admiral Adama. How are you? I got Haribow's not eaten. Is there anything? Those just snap on. You just do like this. And it looks like they just snap into place. Looks like it. There. Yep. Yeah, that works. Just like that. And 2 more of these. 1 and 2. There. Hey, zombie. The goal is to print a coin today. The goal is to print a coin. Think we'll do it? Buffer segment parts. We have a bunch of parts. Is the manual in beta? Why haven't they included Haribo? I know. I'm just going on my own pace for the Haribos at this point. I'm letting my growling stomach do the decision making on Haribo consumption. Haribo consumption patterns. This bit is fiddly. Fiddly. Version A, version B. Accommodates a slightly longer unload distance of an extruder. If you're adapting an old MMU3 unit to a Mark IV, it's necessary to reprint the plastic parts of the buffer cartridges. I'm using these parts, so buffer A, buffer V. We have B, okay? You really should watch the calories now. If you'll excuse me, there's a bear claw I need to eat. Bear claw. Okay, we have bearings, and where are these parts? I saw a bag of this type of thing. Where did I see that bag of this type of thing? Where did I see those? Not in there. Oh, there they are. Maddie. I saw an email from someone. I have not looked at it in detail. They might have been yours. But realize I am using almost all of my spare time getting caught up on things and getting ready for things like OC Maker Faire. So if I don't respond to something and it's important, feel free to reach out. But other than that, you just have to be patient. Okay, so we are inserting a bearing into the center opening of wheels. We have wheels. We have repeat for the remaining 4 wheels. Okay, so we've got wheels and we have bearings. And bearings go into the center opening of wheels without any drama. Part tensioner set up to keep the filament from uncoiling. Yep. No black box printing. It needs to go into my other garage. I need to get it set up in a spacing that I can I can just use it. I just threw a tiny little disc about this thickness and about the size of these M3 holes away. I bet you anything that's what was causing my problem here. I probably had one of those discs in there in the way and it fell out. So, and I didn't notice it. Okay, now we're gonna throw a bunch of M3 nuts. Oh, these are stainless, huh? Ah, they are just magnetic enough that I think I'm gonna hopefully be able to use my, put a magnet on my thing here. This will go here. Yep. Let's see if I can get that to stick long enough to. Nope. Okay, well, that's still gonna help. Won't use the magnet. I will get these in, is it that one? Let's see, we probably have, are these all the same? Are these all the same? They're symmetric. They may be. I suggest that we put marked openings in the segment and push them all the way in. They are all the same. Okay. So they, regardless of if they get a, oh, and I may not need those. That went in just fine. Just push in here. Get it lined up most of the way. Push it on the floor. Push. Push. They go in just enough by hand to stick in place. I'm assuming I do 5 of these. Ooh. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this magnet on here. That will make it really easy to push those all the way in without pulling them in from the other side. Push. Push. And push. Then that and go. Doop. 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 That pushes them all the way in. Doop. 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 What? They say it's like 10 hours to assemble what? Doop. And doop. 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 You guys moving? Nope, they're still asleep. Kittens sleep a lot. Doop. Doop. There we go. Sound effects makes everything better. Ah, we got that. We put a wheel on here, and then a little shaft in there. So here, and a little shaft. Ah. Oh, well, that's interesting. Don't push it in all the way. Pushed in a little too far. Ugh. Got kittens. Well, the cat cam would work a whole lot better if the cats were in front of it. Right now, they are... Oops. I'm going to pre-install these little pins. They are sleeping in a spot where I can't get to with the camera. The intent is to make an appealing spot for them to sleep when they're in here, and I'll point a camera at it. Just like we did with Charlie. Just like we did with Charlie. Okay, so now I guess we're just gonna go that way because it doesn't really matter. There, and there, 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 and one more like that. Sweet. That, and then cover the assembly with another, push both parts together. Join both parts together with 4 M3x6 screws and add a 5th M3x6 from the other side. What? So if I grab one of these, I put one of these on the front. Oh, I see. That's easy. Okay. So those go there. To just grab a bunch of M3x6s. Give you a cat cam tracker, that'd be funny. Even these side ones, thread into plastic, outfit the kittens with helmet cams. So Felix obviously doesn't mind stuff sitting on his head, even when he's not asleep. He doesn't just immediately throw it off. Felix is the tolerant cat of the two. He's the one that I can, they're very similar to Charlie, and that I can hold him upside down, I can do whatever. Woohoo. So we'll see if we can get a helmet on him at some point. Why not, right? Printable cat hard hat. Okay, 2 done. Pretty sure I didn't catch any stream after Blackbox stream 2.5. We've had the cats about a week. It'll be a week tomorrow. So I introduced them on channel last Tuesday. They were brand new and I wasn't comfortable with letting them play here in the garage. But on the Charlie's Angels stream yesterday, where we assembled the Lynx blaster, I let them hang out with the play toy that's right here. The upper corner camera there. The play toy that they have all kinds of fun with. Now, it was orange yesterday, but that one is now destroyed and gone. So we are on to fluorescent yellow. So, anyway, this is going reasonably quick. Yeah, for Blackbox, I'm planning on moving my rep rack back there to the other side of where I have a row of French cleat. And I think it'll line up well with putting the Blackbox on top of the bench back there. And I'll get to that just basically as soon as I can. I bounce around between so many different projects so quickly. Oh, 5 more minutes till filament time. We have 3 more likes to get to 200. And we have almost 300 people here. Okay, 7 more likes. Apparently 4 people didn't like that I asked for likes. Cool. You get the dart out of the garage door. No, it's staying there. It's insulation. It's now foam insulation. Okay, we have a bunch of collets. So do we put them in both sides? Insert one of the collets into the marked position. Now for an easier installation, you might want to squish the small fins together, insert the other into the other opening, and put them in all of them. One and 2. 3, 4. Blast in foam insulation. Yep. This, I mean, I was honestly shocked that that penetrated into the door so far. That was absolutely nuts. I measured it, it's about 18 feet away. Probably twice as far as the last time. For anybody who, this is how far it went in. Now, for reference, when we shot from the other stream location, it went in that far, and that's still there, by the way, with the previous blaster. So, yeah. Up to 227 and 3 minutes to go. That is, that's a foam panel. That's foam insulation there, but it has a hard plastic skin and then white foam behind it. I don't know what spring it has. We put the biggest one in. It had red heat shrink on it. Okay, now prepare all 5 cartridges. Take one of the cartridges and hold it by squish. squish the two, insert them, they go in there. Awesome. Oops, that's not what I wanted. They just go into the end here. Yeah, just like that. Is there an up or down? Nope. No numbers, no nothing. Okay. Sweet. And then what that'll do is allow the filament to stay in line in here. Hey, Scott. PTFE tubes, 650 millimeter PTFE tubes, and that. So do I have a bunch of, yeah, ooh, must be these. Are there different lengths here? 650. I need a source for this 2.5 ID. So this is 2.5 ID instead of 3 millimeter ID, which makes it a lot more resilient to kinking. Are these all the same? Suspect they might be. Yeah. I'm gonna check them all just in case I run across that one that's different. Queasy diver. Yep. They are all the same. Thing I don't like about the MMU about the 5 loose spool holders. I think these, do these attach to each other now? We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. So we are going to put them into there. Using the PTFE clip approximately in the middle. And that's that. Now I printed a clip. I don't know how many clips we should have, but let's just go there. There. We can arrange what side this goes on and all that later. There. And we'll put a clip down here. Hopefully this, oh, well, that wasn't around the middle, but, aye. I might not use this, PC CF. I want the more flexible, PET G. Yeah, that doesn't tweak on the PTFE as much, so that's perfectly fine to be in PET G, and it slides a little more. That's much nicer. Okay. Thing I don't like about the 5 loose. Building the Python AMS. Cool. You design a custom larger buffer for the RCFE one. Okay, next. Since we're clicking next, it's Haribo time. I thought I clicked next. Okay, there's 2 spool holder types. Now my old MMU2 came with these little injection molded things that have held up surprisingly well for how flimsy they are. I still have them. But this has some injection molded parts. Vacuum formed is what I meant. These were vacuum formed. Now it has some injection molded parts. So let's skip. Here we go. Let me grab those, put this off to the side, I guess. And go up here on top of Trident. Oh, we're 3 minutes past. You guys let me go past the giveaway time. Okay, Polymaker Filament. The link is in the pin post and in the description. We let you go past, apparently. So I close the entry form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, done. Okay. All right, let's see. Who got the first one? Jeremy got the first one. Rod, you got number 2. Who got in last? Dutch Dude, you were second to last. Samuel Seal got last. Scott, you were 4th from last. I go quicker the longer it takes. I go quicker the longer it takes. Okay. We are going to do getting twitchy. I don't know what we're going to do. We're just gonna, I'm not creative today. Number between 1 and 10. Maurice, your birthday was on the 27th? That's right. You told me about that yesterday, huh? Happy birthday. Belated birthday. How many times did we restart? How many 3s did I say? Maurice, it was your birthday. We'll do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Spin. Who do we got? Wyoben. I recognize that name. Wyoben, congratulations. But are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Wyoben. Wyoben. Are you here? Congratulations. Gotta say something. There you are. You even tagged me. Awesome. Oops. There we go. Oh, and you were like the 6th entry. Good job. Awesome. Let me unpin before someone reminds me. And remove this from the description. Congrats. Okay, now we can continue on. So we've got these. We need some things in there, and then we snap these things together. We do that thing and this thing. So it looks like they will. Got some slippery little injection molded wheels. Go in here. Early Ben gets the worm. Yeah, see? Does the delay make it hard to time the countdown? Oh, I have no idea. I just go for it. Okay, these all look to be, do I just snap that together? Too late. Snapped. Oh, why do I have an extra one of these? Do I have an extra one? Yeah, I have an extra in here. Why is there an extra in there? It makes me question. Why do I have an extra? A sheet of foam pads. Have should be 4. Okay, well, the weight machine thing at Prusa got confused. These are kind of nice. I like it. Base assembly part 1. Mistake during assembly of the kit? Yeah, maybe. During the packing. Repeat the same steps for the other side. Take the front, bend it to separate individual. Attach an individual from into the middle of the bending line inside the opening. To the middle of the bending line inside the opening. Okay. And then 2 on the outside like that. Oh, this is going to take a while. This is going to take a while. Okay, where's my tweezers? Because I think that's going to be a lot easier. Yeah, it's definitely better an extra one. Okay, and these are not all. Okay. Right on the bend. Okay. Bend them as we go, I guess. Two photos from that and the thing. I'll check those out later. Would have been good to maybe assemble most of these before stream. Oh well. Okay, 1 done. 9 more to go. I feel like this is fairly efficient though. Stab it, place it onto the next. So what's next for the Sunday streams? Solid Fork R1 build, which will be a rebuild of my 120 Solid Fork. I have the majority of the main color stuff done. But I'll be printing the main color stuff in blue carbon fiber ASA from 3DO. Okay, that's one. Let's see what we do next. Any mods? We will be running it on rep firmware with a Mellow Fly Super 5 with the Mellow Fly rep firmware compatible CAN toolhead board. PTFE holder assembly. Take the spool holder guide part, hook the end of the PTFE holder onto the thing. So this goes like this, and this goes on there. Looks like it. Right, like that. Okay. And then these guys go on to the ends, it looks like. And those little rubber foam pads are for friction. Okay. And that is one spool holder. And I've got two extra things there. Got these. Apparently I have an extra half here. Let's do this 4 more times. What tool head? I think I'm going to use a Dragon burner with G2SA. I think. That's without having actually checked to see what combination of parts I really want to use. I haven't started printing those yet. Nope, didn't get an extra half in this bag. I'm gonna keep going on this because I'll end up with one of these that's gonna be nearly full instead of 5 of these that only have 2. Yeah, Dragon burner with something. I have not installed one, so that is my opportunity to get experience with it. I suspect at some point I'll try the archetype on the pink, on the trident we've behind me here. Just to make Leadhead happy. Wristwatch G2? Well, whatever setup makes sense, using probably the G2 guts. So whether it's wristwatch or standalone or whatever, I have a couple extra sets of the G2 guts, so I figure it makes sense to use them. Do the rainbow burner. I'm putting a Dragon burner Rapido on a Micro 180. Don't know what hot end. Probably a Revo. That's what's on it right now. And it is a 120 build. Are you guys ready to move yet? Surprised they haven't had to use the bathroom. Maybe they have. I hope not. Okay, that and this guy goes here, here. These go here. And what is kind of nice about these is this all goes together, theoretically, once this gets moved on further and stuff like that. Those, oh, yep. Those will sit right like that, and it'll kind of, now I got 4. Okay, next. Hey, Apollo. Yavath, what is that? What is Yavath? I'll drop a link in the stream chat on Discord. Hearing lots of movement over here. Oh, they're just shifting. They're still out. They're just shifting around. Excuse me. Catalog CNC door mounts. The hinges seem to twist when I bolt them to the frame. Those are fiddly to adjust the GPs, but once you get them, what I did when I installed them is get them kind of bolted on, and then you get them in place, and you have to reach in from one door open and loosen things up and retighten them, and yeah. Rinse and repeat until you get them smooth. But the ones on my Black V2 are smooth and seem to do okay. Three. Mount seems to go into the groove where the T-nut is and not sit flush to the frame. Oh. The mount seemed to... The mount seems to go into the groove where the T-nut is and not sit flush to the frame. So there was some things, and I don't want to quote, I don't want to say for sure. There were some things in the feedback that I gave them that is around how those hinges are. If they didn't actually implement that in production, then I'd be pretty annoyed. But I don't want to say for sure until I refresh my memory on what the issue was. If you want to send me a DM about it, I can probably help figure out if it's the same thing I ran into. Sudden chaos phase, shredded tissue everywhere. Just pulls the mounted part into the frame. Some photos thinking of printing a spacer to stop it happening. Oh. It's not, I don't think that's the problem I was having. But it could be that they fixed a problem I was having, and caused another problem. Okay. It's on here. And there. Four. Last one. A little groove here. Okay. There we go. Oh, next. That's it. Now we need to get the M4S Nextruder mod. Let's go here. That is a next, so that means Haribo time. Okay. Tools necessary. Prusa nozzle. If you're on M4S, your printer comes equipped with a Prusa nozzle CHT. When using MMU3, we recommend switching to a standard Prusa nozzle for optimal performance. Please note specific settings are required to achieve high quality prints. It's possible to use, but I think, like folks said, probably more purge amount. The standard Prusa nozzle is included in your MMU3 package. Is it? Do I get an extra nozzle? Hey, Derek. Okay, let's put the spool holders off to the side. We got to bring the printer over here. Yeah, we're going to finish this, Derek. We're going to print with it today. Ah. Okay. Oops. Walk it over. We can get rid of this guy. Won't be using that anymore. So, this is originally the Prusa Mark III, the Mark III's that Prusa sent me, fully assembled. We did a Discord stage where we opened it up and did a first print. And then the reason that Prusa sent it to me was to do a Mark 3.5 upgrade on it, which was the screen and the controller to get it to 32-bit input shaping, all that. Later, they sent me a 3.9 upgrade kit, which was a little redundant to the 3.5, but they don't make a 3.5 to 3.9. Hey, Sean and Laura. So that was the quickest way though, because I really wanted a Nextruder on it in anticipation of this MMU3 build. So we did the 3.5 to 3.9 upgrade on the Discord stage, and I still have to upload those videos to YouTube, but I will, and they'll be available. It's just basically going through the process of upgrading the thing. I did do Prusament Lipstick Red ASA and PC CF for all the black parts. After that, I ordered the 0.9 X and Y steppers. So now this is full Mark IV spec. They weren't that bad to get from Prusa Direct, and it means I can use the same profile between my two Mark IVs now. So that's where we are right now. So it's not really a 3.9 anymore. It's technically a Mark IV, but we'll call it like a 3.95. It does have the old frame, and that's about it. Old frame, old bed frame, but everything else is full Mark IV. Now, I have ordered a 4S upgrade kit, but it's not expected to get here for another couple of weeks. Not supposed to ship for another couple of weeks. So, we'll do that. So now we are going to get into this part of the upgrade, which is the printer part. Hey, Garrett. Okay, so we're going to pull the cover off, which I did. And open the idler swivel. Open the idler swivel and fully loosen the screws holding the gearbox cover, but don't remove them entirely. Okay. Then we're going to remove the hole. Yeah, I've heard people are getting them. I didn't get my order in early enough to be in the first batch. Okay, so then it says whole gearbox assembly and locate the metal washer that should be the gearbox and motor. Might be stuck. Okay, so this whole thing included in that printed part should come off. I want the... Well, I guess we're gonna have to... Oh, and there's that shim. There's that shim. So I am going to set that down like that. Reseat the washer spacer on the motor shaft in case it comes off the shaft. So we want to make sure that that stays on there. Okay, so let's put that back. $25% off all sauces at Pex Peppers today. Or Labor Day sale. Is it, how long does that last? Okay, everything looks pretty good. Using a 1.5 Allen key, remove the set screw. This was not an Allen key. This was a Torx bit, wasn't it? Well, I guess an Allen key works, but I thought that was a Torx bit. Oh, it's an Allen key. Okay, I thought it was Torx for some reason. Hey, Josh. Howdy. Remove the idler. And then there will be a filament sensor assembly. We'll need to remove it. In case the filament sensor is hard to pull out, reach into the filament opening on top. Push the steel ball inside the assembly. This filament sensor assembly will not be used with a multi-material extruder. It is recommended to store it in a spare parts bag. Okay. Where were the... there they are. Okay, so we're gonna pull this guy out carefully. Yep, there's the bearing I don't want to lose, and a magnet. Okay, let's set this over here in the spare parts section. Okay. Take the idler assembly apart. Set it aside. The printed parts won't be reused. Set them aside, there's no mix up. And then we get our new ones. Lots of tool head wear from tear down for MMU. Oh yeah. Well, it's not a whole lot. I don't know what we would consider a lot or not. There's a little bit of tear down. So 6, and then this comes apart. This little sleeve here is kind of a pain to get out. Oh, that's not going to do it. Let's try pulling this. There we go. Just wiggle. Wiggle. Oh, there's one and two. Okay, so little bearings back. This guy, yep, I can get a grip on it now. Okay, so these go away. Even though I had printed these in PC CF, the design on the other ones is slightly different. Just need to figure out where I put those. Where are those? They are over here. This bag. Hey, Phil. And I thought you'd just put a cooler on top and be on your way. Not quite. There's a little... Where's the other parts? Where did I put those? There's a little difference in design on these. And this little bit here for some reason. Oh, call it on top. Yeah, I'm learning here too. So we're gonna do the same bit. Oops. Yeah, we're just gonna do all of this. Same thing. Insert the spacer tube. We're gonna do a new, that doesn't look any different. If that doesn't look any different, then I might just keep my existing one. Nope, it is different. Okay. It is a little different design. Okay, let's do this first. So put our bearings back in here. When you printed the Prusa parts out of ASA, did you have to scale? I did not. I have never scaled any of my Prusa parts across more than 6, I think, rebuilds, and I have not had to scale. I have not had to scale parts. So I've had a single scenario where I used a heat gun to relax the on a Mark III to relax the plastic part around the Z linear bearings to make them fit a little better. But other than that, not a bit. Never had to scale. Okay, so this in this orientation, and then this goes in to, let's go this way. Whichever way is going to be easier, cleaner. I think we're going to go, which way is this? Here and here. Yep. So we're going to do straight in, not at an angle, not at an angle, straight. There we go. Well, as far as I know, the only parts that end up being that need to be PCCF are these idler parts. Now on the 4S, I think there's a few more parts that end up being PCCF. Just make sure that's all the way in. But I'm not sure. Okay, so that's there. Can you still disconnect the MMU from the hot end and use a printer in single filament mode like you could with the Mark III MMU2? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So now we are going to, we'll need to take the swivel assembly apart and idler nut FS parts preparation. Oh, that's this guy. Oh, that's different. That is very different. That's this guy. That would replace this thing here, it looks like, or at least part of it. Oh, this probably goes inside here. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we need a teeny tiny magnet. Where's the other teeny tiny magnet? Where is that teeny tiny magnet? Where does that come from? Is that in the kit? Got the big magnet for that. Got that magnet. I've got a blades. That's not it. Not that. Not that. Not in there. I've got a second set of blades. Was... Is there a chance I wasn't supposed to get two sets of blades and I got two sets of blades instead of a magnet? What do you think, Bob? Are you around? I think I might have got two sets of blades instead of a little magnet. Let's see. It could be over here. Could be over here. I'm not gonna call it yet. Is that it? Haha! Found it. So many bags. So many bags. But I found it. There is no, the magnet from the old sensor is very big. Oh, wrong camera. See, that's the magnet from the old sensor. It's like 2 or 3 millimeters thick. This guy is itty bitty. You see it there in the corner? Itty bitty. Okay, let's put that itty bitty magnet in that itty bitty slot. Polarity is not important, it says here. Oh, there's 2 of them. Nice. There's just... I just dropped one. Let's leave that in there because I think I can find it. I'm pretty sure. Yep, it's stuck to the linear rail right here. There it is. One is spare and I almost needed it. Gee. Okay, and that went in there just fine. I don't know how far that goes in. Okay, it does not go completely in. It's a little bit that sticks out. Okay, arrange the idler nut part as seen in the picture. Install the tiny until it stops. Polarity doesn't matter. Please prepare all of this stuff, which means we need to pull the other parts apart. So take these guys off. And unhook the MMU3 and use it without it as a regular printer for whoever asks. That is all tiny. Do not have massive hands. 1 and 2. Take this thing apart, which uses this stupid Torx bit. I don't understand. I guess button heads, it's a little less likely to strip. Torx, but still. Okay, so that's 1. You out there. Beavis and Buttonhead. What did I miss about Torx? Well, these are instead of Allen head button heads, they're Torx. Okay, so that is all of those parts. So now we're going to reassemble this thing by taking this and the little spacer and an M3 by 22 screw instead. I imagine that's got to be in here. That's these guys, M3 by 22, including a spare. Shush, Bob. I need to clean it anyway. I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. I guess video proves it, but... Oh, interesting. I own a Prusa printer, but I have no use for PLA PETG. I do enough PLA and PETG printing. And really, these have been the workhorse for that. They're the printers I don't have to worry about. Okay, and then this goes on here with another M3, the second M3 by 22. Is that this guy? Second M3 by 22. It says including one spare. It says 2 pieces, includes a spare. Is this a temporary second? Insert the second M3 by 22. So we're using both M3 by 22s, but I thought one was a spare. Maybe it's temporary use. Okay. Orient the scene in the picture. Make sure it is in place. Slide the swivel B part into the... and then this guy. Okay. It's not temporary? Then it's not a spare. That goes on there. So more feedback. And then a couple of lock nuts here. The lock nuts from before. Does that still need to spin? Bad part pick, should have been 3 in the bag. Ah. But it says, oh, including spare, okay. I guess that could be, is that how they all are read? It's to make up for the extra spool holder part. Okay, making sure everything still turns without things being too loose. And we end up basically with this. That looks right. That looks right. Tension, M3 by 30. We'll need the springs alone. You won't use the M3 by 30s. We need M3 by 35s, which came. So I'm not sure, because this also says 2 pieces, including spare. But we have only 2 pieces. So they mispacked both of these then, if there should be a 3rd piece in these. Do you ask a question to your screen expecting an answer to realize you're not streaming? No, I'm pretty good at that. I don't tend to talk at the screen when I'm not streaming. Okay, so those are longer. With a little spacer. There's a little spacer that came with it. If I would have known, I would have reprinted it. Oh well. That goes on here first. Hey, NLTMW. The bag with all the extra spares together. Well, that bag, no, there isn't actually. But that bag should say, should indicate what's in there. I think it's just mispacked and just this thing. Those are not a part. Those are not a size that was used in the old setup. But I am annoyed that I didn't print this little piece here in PC CF. It's going to be the one. It's going to be the singular PET G part left on this whole printer. They couldn't just print this in PC CF? Seriously? Okay, so I guess that's all we do with these parts. I'll just set those aside then. Now we're going to put this back together. Take and split it apart. The parts may be greasy. Set aside later. Set all this stuff. And we have a main plate preparation. Ooh, we got stuff here to do. Easily accessible to replace later. The only concern I have there, the minor gripe I have with that idea is that these two screws here, this assembly, these thread into plastic right there to hold it. So I'd want to do that as little as possible. So if I'd swap all this out, I would probably reprint this too. Just for a fresh piece. Okay, we have O-rings now. And we have, are those MJF or SLS? Those look SLS. That is neat. They are different thicknesses? Or what is different about these? I've got two of them. Why do I have two of them? Is it a wear item? Is it a wear item? It probably tells me in the manual. It's different than the original one in the gearbox. Printed from PET G. Do not reuse the old main plate. It's caused the printer malfunction. New plate is 3D printed using MJF. It cannot be replicated with the same quality using FDM. Shush, Bob. And an O-ring. There's a V-shaped groove on the inside of a large round opening in the new main plate. Insert the O-ring into that groove. So there is a groove in there. And this guy. Up in there like that, I guess. And does this ensure that it's going to, oh, huh. Something rides in there. It's in there. Now we get to get all this stuff together. So we have to take, oops. So we have to take all of this apart. That off. Here's my paper towel. I didn't really mean to shush, Bob. You're welcome to keep chatting. I didn't really mean it. I'm cleaning out extra grease from my reprinted part here. But I never put the label back on. I took it as intended. I figured you would, but I still. Okay. We're gonna get all this. and we're going to put the swivel arm back on. And one. That goes in there. What are you doing? Why are you stopping so soon? Does that normally stop so soon? I think so. Okay. Yep, right there. And add the idler assembly. This guy. In case you have the 4-screw version of the next screw, you might use the M3x25 screw to temporarily hold the idler screw. Add the swivel assembly onto the protruding part of the idler. Should fit inside the filament sensor pocket. This is what we're doing here. Then all of this till the ends of the screws are flush with the surface of the idler nut part. Okay, so we're going to put this. So we're going to set this guy in here and here. And then these two go in. Those were thread into the plastic part here. There we go. And we'll do a few turns at a time. I have not seen a correct guess yet. Just as a, unless, I mean, I could have missed something, but I have not seen a correct guess. Right to evenly flush. I'm not ignoring it. I'm just looking at observing the comments. Okay. Now, this guy goes on here. Attach a new plate assembly. The notch in one of the corners is designed to fit over the idler spacer set screw. Okay. Should a lever on the swivel assembly fits correctly. Attach the there and then attach that. Really? Be careful inserting the assembly onto the opening with the O-ring. Interesting. Okay, so this the little spacers there. This all goes in here, and that fits fine. And this is going to move as filament is loaded, and that's going to be the indicator. Yeah, because the idler is going to pull out on this assembly and shift the magnet in there, and it's going to get picked up. So that you're not detecting, before you were detecting the point of filament when it enters, now you're detecting filament when it hits the drive gear. And that's the difference. And that was basically the difference in the old MMU2 as well. So that goes there, and then I guess this all comes off, which is a little scary. I have I'm gonna get rid of some of this extra grease because all it's doing is we'll put fresh grease on. I'm assuming it's going to tell us to, since it's told us to take the old stuff off. I think, do I have a, yeah, I'm going to go in here and just do a little cleaning of the, and brushing down away from the greasy area on top. Just clean those out a bit. Go and brush just to make sure. There we go. Okay. That does that, and then this is going to go on here and work its way past that. Now the interesting thing, there, I like that. That looks like an owl. Would the Blackbox fit at the top of that frame? Oh. Okay, we are getting close. We are getting close. We're only at the 4-hour mark right now. We're doing really good. There, it barely pushed back past that O-ring, so everything seemed fine. The O-ring is still in place. And now we are going to get this guy back together, which means use this, and I'm going to do a little bit of, not a lot, but a little bit of wiping off of this piece. See ya, Ella. A little bit, just excess stuff. So I'm going to do that. And then we are going to push that on with the chamfer side facing the gears. Yep. So there is a chamfer. That's that side. The other side is not chamfered. So this guy goes on here. This guy, chamfer side in, should let us, we want to make sure things, there we go. Just wiggle, 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 and it ends up on there. Okay. Remove the adapter while holding the gearbox in place. Yep. And then we're going to put some, it gave us some new grease. I have grease. I'm going to use existing grease already opened. Spread it around. Not have it right only on the edges there. Since it has existing grease in there too from before, it should be fine. Okay. Surprised Bill hasn't guessed it. Okay, and that goes, the cover back goes back on. We'll go here. This little. No. You may not. Anybody who knows for sure shouldn't guess. This is what we're talking about. Door on Delta, but big. Okay. Cool. I mean, I think we're really getting there. That needs a little more squeeze. Let's see. Yeah, just a little bit more. Was there a screw that was supposed to go through there? Did I miss a screw? No, it doesn't look like it. There's nothing through there. So, okay. Next. Hey, we're just about there. So the MMU should be placed onto the top part of the printer's frame. Place the MMU3. Okay. We're doing things. And then we get to prep the buddy. Buddy. Where's the buddies? Are you guys here? Yes, they are sound asleep. Okay. They are out. They are out. Okay, let's zoom out so we can get all of the view of, where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. Giddy. Aw. Three. Okay. It's PC CF parts. And notice they don't want to go on. There we are. So you don't want it to be hooked on the front yet. There we go. Now, of course, it's not going to be centered anymore. Yep. Not even close. There, we can shift it. No, it was technique. It wasn't flex, it was technique. Right there. You don't want these front tabs to be resting there. You want it to be slightly forward and then go on. There's another step on the back that lets it fit in a little better. Well, not all of us have a centering ruler, Bill. Okay, we are going to pull the controller off. We're going to pull that off. We're going to pop those things out that I did when we did the first build of this. We are going to guide it along from the side. Do we actually attach that? Is there any way to attach that? Maybe, is there a printed part or something? That would be neat. Through there. Oh, and plug it in. Plug it in. Oh, right up here. Okay. Well then, I guess I'm going to manually move this up. There's an added notch in the bracket for when you have to tip the MMU forward to maintain or repair. Yeah. Moving the X, I guess I might as well do this. Moving the X motor, or the gantry up. Well, I mean, these are separate pieces, so those would be pretty easy to print. Pull this off. And get to these. This is way cleaner inside now that it's basically the only adapters, extra adapters in here are for the Z motors. Okay, so that comes off, and then these this little extra bit here, like I said in the picture, those break off. I think I can just grab them. Some pliers. Yep. There we go. This little extra bit. This is going to come around right here. Plug in right here. I don't know how much. I'll send quite a bit of wire down there and just do like that, I think. What does it say? I thought I saw a picture here with better wire path. There. Oh, I see. I see what I missed. They want a zip tie right here to pull this down. Aha. Down over there. Okay. Did you answer this earlier? Can this work with Clipper? It's not. Nobody has made it work with Clipper. Doesn't add a notch in the bracket for when you have to tip the MMU forward to maintain or repair. So that goes right like that. Ah, so that kind of forces that. Once this is zip tied here, it kind of forces it. I'm going to flip this to where the end of that is right inside. I'm going to put that right there. And that kind of forces that into position along the frame there. That doesn't have to be too tight, but just snug. There we go. Yeah, that's good. This guy can go back on here. Precision zeroing rulers. I will check that out. I like the precision part of what you said. I guess this goes back on. You're right, Scott. You're right. Soon why the 3D Chameleon will take off now that it's open source. Me too. Okay. Looks good. I mean, like I said, that once this got zip tied here, that kind of forced that right straight down to the control box. That's clean. That's clean. We are getting really close. Line, and let's power it up. Let's get stuff out of the way here. Let's clean. Oh, I need to put my wire cover back on the extruder. Put this guy back on here. There we go. It's on. It's there. Where did it tell me to do things like... Okay. So now what do we do? Drivers. Install the latest Prusa slicer. We have that. Prusa slicer. Firmware. Is there... I think we're good. Okay, well, let's power it up and see what happens. It's a Molex connector. I'd be curious, because I wouldn't mind getting just to have some extra pins for those at least, and kind of figure out how or to what degree of any serviceability. Empty my little drip pail. Need this still. Get this stuff out of the way. Put these over here. I want to kind of have this set up so we can set up behind it without moving things around too much. Okay, power. And on. So this already has the latest firmware. I shouldn't need to do any firmware updates. Shouldn't do anything like that. Do you need a firmware update beyond? Well, let's see. You say, oh, is there an MMU3 firmware? Oh, the MMU3, you're right. You're right. The other one is for the MMU3 unit. Both need to be flashed to the respective device. I thought you missed 2 screws at the owl? What 2 screws? You're talking about being behind the... Huh. Okay, update the printer's firmware. Open that in a new tab. Firmware 6.1. Oh, this is actually probably newer than what I have. Okay. Prusa Mark 4. Yeah. Download. And save this to... Do I have a Prusa? It doesn't really matter. Just go into... We're not gonna need this. And we're gonna want the MMU3 firmware. That's not what I wanted. Open it in a tab. I need a chair. Where is my chair? Here it is. Oh. MMU3. MMU firmware. Printer firmware. So... Where's the... I just want the flippin' firmware link. What, did I miss an actual firmware link here? It just sends us to the firmware compatibility article. I just want a link. Is that what this is? I just want a firmware link. Printer hardware. Why am I going through? Why am I having to search for this? None of these are links. Firmware 3.0 or newer. What is this link? That's not what I want. I'm missing something. There should be a link to... No, not software tab. The instructions sent me through and told me to visit the MMU3 page. Need to install the latest. Requires drivers and apps. Prusa slicer setup. Firmware download. It says MMU3 firmware compatibility, and that's where we are. You go to the firmware compatibility page. Where do you get the actual MMU3 firmware? There's no links here. Where do you actually get it? Now, I know we can go other ways of getting this. I'm following the instructions and noting a really frustrating point that someone might run into. You found it? Yes, there are many ways to get to this. The instructions are sending me down this path, and I'm getting frustrated not being able to see it. I don't need it in DMs. I don't need any of that. I can get to it. I'm making a point. There's no, I mean, this is where I just clicked. This takes me here, which is all about MMU3 firmware, but I'm not seeing a link. I'm not seeing links anywhere to firmware downloads. These are product for upgrade. This sent me printer firmware, MMU3 control board firmware. Where's the link? There's printer firmware. That's what I downloaded. Step 8, black bullet. Yes. Head back, download the latest. Why? Okay, I get it. I get it, but if you come down here, it's a whole different format. Update the printer's firmware. If I click here, it takes me to a place where I can download Prusa Mark IV. I get it. I get it. This is good. It's not well written. Let's go here. This is looking like we're just going to a help page. This isn't telling me. Okay. So firmware for the Mark IV. This is the one we want. Whew. And we get a zip file for this, but we get a BBF for the other. No, there's no grave here. There's nothing. It's feedback. It's live feedback. If I'm going to be doing an install, going through the instructions, we'll point out the spots where I think there can be improvements. It's fine. Okay, what do we have here? What is this thing? There are two files here. There's a hex file and a BBF file. What does the README file say? For full release notes, visit this. I was reading the text, Nura. That wasn't a matter of I was going through. Person does a disservice to a company by not calling out honest improvement opportunities, no matter how much you love them. Absolutely. Okay, so now let's go back. Since it didn't open in a new tab. Okay, so can we, must be applied directly to the MMU2 unit using a computer. We will flash the MMU2 unit firmware in the upcoming steps. Okay, so let's get the let's see, what is it? Connect.prusa.com. Will that get us there? Nope. We should be able to update this through Prusa Connect. Oh, Prusa 3D. Why am I not already logged in? Okay, let me log in real quick. Well, apparently that's not my password. Oh, okay, that is. Log in. Where's my phone? MFA. Ah. Oh, there we are. Okay. Here we are. It's interesting that the MMU3 build guide I looked at is different than the guide you are using. That is interesting. So interesting. So, yeah, that was, where was that? Where was that? Did I have a page up here? It's turned off, or will that come up? This will get better. No, it'll get better. There's a very clear problem with it that I can fix. 2 of the beds aren't aligned. Little squirrel moment, I guess. I must have shut it down. Okay, sorry. We're going here. We're going to the Mark 3.9 is what I have it listed here. And we should be able to choose our Mark 4 and open. Flash after transfer, flash. Doesn't that just remind me of the old David Branham game Zark? Yeah, there's 2 on the front where that was actually, you could see the big change there. I can feel the difference in height between the beds and I can fix that. Transfer. So this probably, I mean, this printer was updated within a few weeks ago. It probably had a compatible enough version of the firmware, but we should put the latest on there. Oh. Yeah, through Connect, I don't know why there isn't a reason why you can't just check for update and it go and get it. You're right. Good enough, but not ideal. That's a thing. Yeah, it hasn't been 100%, Bill. I've run into scenarios where it's kind of frustrating, like sending the print file over earlier wasn't sending. I don't know why yet. You can, that is the little download cloud button next to the firmware version at the top of the page. Is it? No. Does that just take you to a link or does it actually download it? We are going to need a micro USB cable for this, aren't we? It came with one. It came with one. I saw it over here. Because we need... So ages ago, when I first had my MMU2, and I was, the first time I was going to update it, actually it was the second time I was going to update it, so that makes this even worse. I had all kinds of trouble. I could not get the thing to update. I could not understand why it couldn't communicate. I was having all kinds of trouble. And so I opened a ticket and I got Shane. Shane was chatting with me and he said, "Did you plug the USB cable in?" And I said, crap. I had forgotten that the MMU unit uses a separate USB port to update. I said, "Thank you, Shane." You're funny, Nira. You're funny. Let's see something. I want to check something. If we go over to my Mark IV, what happens if we click this? So now this is a fresh printer. There is an update available. So if I just click that, okay. That is perfectly fine. I am 100% happy with that. No issues. That could be improved. This was like 5 years ago, John. I was new to 3D printing. Okay, that is up to date. Well, it's updating. As an IT guy, I have an issue from the user experience side. Well, that's part of it. I mean, I work in IT. I've been in IT for 30 years. I still run into things where I should have known, should have caught some troubleshooting, whatever, but okay, that's up to date. And then we should be able to go in here. Oh boy. Let's just do that. The next step there was to turn on the MMU unit. So, right? So the next step was turning on the MMU. Yep. So we're going to continue. It changes the behavior of the filament sensor. First time I had to slice something, I made a freaking mess of it for the MMU. And then cutter. Is there anything? Huh. As product manager, my biggest beef with new products is that engineers made stuff that engineers could use, but not normal people. You can invert when prompted to reconfigure the filament sensor's behavior. Now we're going to flash the MMU firmware. We're going to do that from within Prusa Slicer. So we're going to connect this upside down. There. And over here. Plug this guy in. Open, browse to the hex file. Flash succeeded. And then gears calibration, I guess. So let's go to flash firmware image. Is this correct? Let me make sure. Flash printer firmware, and then okay. Browse. Oh, I didn't extract those. Here, it wants the hex file. Oh, it gave us the printer firmware in this file as well. Okay. Open. Auto detected. Flash. The stream almost ready to assemble MMU3 kit, but the next extruder upgrade seems to be a little daunting for my limited skills. Just take it step by step and be careful. You'll be fine. Flashing failed. The original Prusa MMU2 device cannot have been found. Okay. It's plugged in. There's no power on. There's no anything. Do I have to reboot this thing to tell it that the MMU unit is there? Can't enable now. Enabling the Prusa. Enable the printers. Well, that's weird. Two and 3 upgrade. So filament sensor is on. Okay. This is, I can't get a good angle at this with that plugged in. Maybe we can go here. Actually here. So right here, I am trying, oops. Sorry. Ah, stupid lights. There we go. So if I want to turn the MMU unit on, it says can't enable the MMU. Enable the printer's filament sensor first. Okay. Enable the printer's filament sensor not ready. Perform calibration first. It was telling me to hit reset. Where's the reset button? Which is the reset button? Hit rescan if your printer is not listed. Hit the flash button. Wait until flashing succeeded. What is the reset button? I have 3 buttons on here. Let's see. We have a manual. We have a manual. No, this isn't frustration level. This is not frustration level. Okay, we have buttons. 1, 2, 3. 3. Left hard button. Middle. And right moves the selector right. Is there a reset button? Is there a button back in there? Ah, there is. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's try this again then. Let's get something ready to hit the button. I'm going to use, where's that piece of filament I had? Or I don't want to do something metallic if I can avoid it. There it is. Okay. Need a pokey thing. Let's flash. If your device is connected, please press the reset button. Okay, I pressed it. Flashing failed. Power cycle this thing. Power cycle, start over. Actually, can we just, it's going to connect via USB on this, right? Flash. I'm just seeing if this will work. I don't know if it gets USB power is the question. It does not. So let me power the printer back on. Okay, let's close this. Let's close this. Go back to, what was it? Flash printer firmware. Let's plug this guy in. We only have COM1. That was listed before. How do we know this is even being detected? I'm not getting anything in Windows about a device. Let me check the device manager. If I unplug, COM1 doesn't go away. So it's not actually being detected by the computer. Okay. If it's not powering on, it won't detect it. But if I go to settings here, can't enable MMU. MMU enable the printer's filament sensor first. And I can't enable the filament sensor because I need to run a calibration first. It's possible. Hey, Gap Slabs. It's inserted. Sometimes the printer part gets, it is. I can feel it being inserted. This is the cable that came with the MMU unit. Is there a chance? Let's just follow all the bases. Cover all the bases. Let's go back all the way up here. Not that one. All the way up here. Oh, where was it? Okay, well, software. Prusa slicer. Where is we want the full latest drivers and firmware. Drivers and apps. Let's get this guy. Yes, it only works for Prusa. Let's do that, whatever. Step 10, something did not prompt correctly and we did not recalibrate the filament sensor. Well, I want to make sure, because someone mentioned it, I want to make sure when I installed Prusa Slicer, I did the full thing with drivers, that one. I want to make sure I didn't uncheck that one, so we can just reinstall this. Just to make sure that doesn't bite us. And launch it. So we are going to need to go through and we can, I think we can make this happen. We're going to need to go to the, what is it, control and calibrations and tests. And I got a mood improver. They're asleep. They're asleep underneath the Shipoko machine. Yep, they're still asleep. No, I can't get a camera over there. I got a creamy, so I'm in better mood now. Okay. I should be able to go down here. Just do the filament sensor calibration, right? Without filament and extruder. So we're going to continue. Is filament in the filament sensor? No. Insert until the sensor detects the filament. Now this isn't going to work. I think, do I need to pull this back to force? Because I can't. I mean, if I continue here, it's... Well, it says filament sensor calibrated. I'm gonna try. I didn't actually do anything. I'm a little surprised that that passed. But now I should be able to turn on the MMU unit. And we already got that warning before. So now, oh, I got lights on the MMU unit. So now let's go back to the slides. It doing stuff. It moved. But it is saying we need a MMU firmware. It's incompatible with the printer's firmware. So we get through this. So let's go flash printer firmware. Oh, and now, yeah. So I wonder how much of that was me not having the drivers installed, because that actually came up and had the multi-material unit listed here. So flash. There we go. There we go. It's doing things. Flash succeeded. I'm not trying to be annoying, but similar to NIC card or at the moment machine, what is the U and... Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. We are beyond that. Let's get this thing printing. Let's go back. Chocolate and... Oh, it looks like peanut butter cookies that I made the other day. Okay. Let's get down here. We've got things. Selector cannot home. The selector cannot home properly. Check for anything blocking the movement. Well, that might be the whole... It's too... We might need to work on that a little more. Let's retry. Ah, there we go. It did it. It did it. Okay, Prusa slicer set up. Do all this stuff. I want to go through gearbox alignment. Let's do this. During the gears calibration. So we did that. Now we need to calibrate the planetary gearbox. Go to the home screen and navigate to control, calibration, and tests. Control, calibration, and tests. There should be a gears calibration. Gearbox calibration is only necessary for user assembled. Yep. Rotate each screw counterclockwise. So we're going to get our idler open and rotate each one a turn and a half. Okay. and continue. It's doing its thing. So it would be that obviously filament sensor calibration and turning on the MMU on the printer must be done before the firmware can be installed. No, I think I made a mistake in that I don't think I had the drivers installed. So there was a step to install Prusa Slicer with the drivers. I already had 2.8 on here. I didn't remember whether I'd put the drivers on or not. It didn't occur to me that was the choice, and that's why I reinstalled it. I think that's when things got detected properly, and then we were able to load the firmware. Because all the way up until that point where we were doing the firmware load from in Prusa Slicer, things were kind of going along fine. I messed that up. Okay. Now we're going to tighten. Okay, tightened and continue. Close the idler door. Done. Continue running. No, I'm gonna quit for right now. Now we're going to do the MMU filament sensor calibration. But Windows didn't even detect an unknown device until you turned it on the printer. But once no, because we turned it on the printer before and it got turned on, but it didn't show up in the slicer properly yet. It's not hot in here. I've got my air conditioning running. Okay, I guess we'll just do filament sensor calibration without filament in the extruder. Oops, wrong one. Continue. Is filament in the sensor? No. Insert filament into the extruder until the sensor detects the filament. Oh, there it goes. Filament inserted. Continue. Calibrating. There we go. It did. So it did. Wow. It did insert and then it moved the idler. You could see it move and that's when it detected it. Yeah. These are mini splits, so they are they're heat pumps basically, so they're really efficient. Footer adjustment. Turning on the MMU unit automatically displays the filament sensor and Finda sensor information on the status bar. Okay. Yep, I see that. See that down here? There's off and off. So that's the filament sensor and that's the Finda. And the printers, if for some reason this information is not displayed or you want to adjust the order, proceed as follows. I'm not going to change any of that. After calibrating the filament sensor, we can move on to calibrating the super Finda sensor. This is a 24K mini split here, and I have a 12K in the other garage. Finda is the MMU side. So there's two sensors for filament. There's at the MMU to make sure it got past all the stuff, and then there's the one at the extruder to make sure it got there. Both the filament sensor inside the extruder and the super Finda sensor work. There's an inspection window on the side of the thing. Oh, we're supposed to put these other think we're supposed to put these guys in the back of the MMU. I didn't want to do that before because of the, but let's do that real quick. Shoot, this guy doesn't need to be plugged in anymore. Put these guys up in here, and this is probably going to go in this direction, so should all the way up in there. Oh, that is not a good idea. Let's get these up and on the other side of the extruder. And I can feel these are going all the way to a stop, and they're all going consistently to a stop. So I think those are probably okay. Come around over to here. Yep. Pointing to the other side of the printer too. I'm gonna have my little fan of filament. My filament fan is going to be over here. Okay, let's continue here. We'll figure out filament placement here in a minute. Take a piece of filament with a sharp tip. Where's my filament? Let's make a sharp tip. Sharp tip. Yeah, one stream. The creamy is yummy. But where does the buffer go? There? In the spots? I don't know. It might go the other way. Takes a piece of filament with a sharp tip. Take a look at the super fender from above and watch a little red light. So if I put this in, the light turns off. Take it out, the light turns on. It seems to be working right away. You can see there's a light here. In, turns off. Out, it turns on. In, the front display turns on. Out, it turns off. Yep, the display is... Okay, actually look at what I'm doing instead of trying to read the chat as I was trying to do this. Yeah, that seems consistent and... Shoot. Consistent and working. I got it every time I did that. The new screen will show up if something goes wrong during the operation. Error code details, fittings. Fittings. There they are. So the MMU, the PTFE tube that guides the filament, secured using Festo pneumatic fittings. Been used, various versions have been used. However, the MMU3 on the Mark IV requires the latest evolution of the fitting, which has an internal diameter of 2.6 millimeters. So it's a little larger. These are, I'm pretty sure these are official MMU. I guess it's a little smaller diameter is what they want, because I'm almost certain that these are, yeah. The only place I've ever bought Festo fittings is from Prusa. So these are the MMU2 ones, and the new ones are slightly smaller diameter, it looks like. Yep. Excuse me. So now we're going to, PTFE is an internal diameter 2.5 millimeters. trouble distinguishing. My original MMU2 unit came with orange PTFE coming from the MMU to the printer. How many filament inputs? 5. Push the PTFE tube quick if you need to remove from the fitting. You push that. That goes there to there, and we've got an extra piece. We got a spare, and it actually says we have 2 in here. And it does say spare is 1 piece. There's 2 of them, but 1 of them spare. Okay, let's go here. I already threaded these onto here. This will go there. This will go there. Spare is spare. Okay. Now we've got spool holders set up, so I think I'm gonna try to go here. So I'm gonna move this, bias this kind of forward on my bench for printing. That way I've got a lot more space back here to set stuff up. So it is saying do something like that. I'm gonna do probably a slightly modified version of that. Oops, not that, I wanted this. So it's saying go from there to there. So yeah, I will twist these around to the other side, and they do just fine. Get our buffer. Our buffer sitting here. Or maybe I can just do, I feel like loading all of this is going to be a nice fun time on this workbench. I'm glad I have a large workbench here. The manual says the toughest part is over. We'll see about that. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how I want to do this. I think I just want to do this. Which one is, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5. So this is going to go over here. Is that correct? Let's kind of do a weird little, that's 5. This is 4. Three. 2. 1. Our DMs are the vertical buffer parts and images of how it sits. You said send me something? I don't see images. I don't see images. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I will play with that. Yes. Yes, for sure. I would be playing with different options, I'm sure. I think that's gonna go like, this would normally sit underneath the printer, I think. The frame holds this down. But I think I'm just gonna let that set back there. Get this camera out of the way. Once the cats come back. Get some creamy. And then get our spools. Let's just do this. Hoping. Oh, maybe this can just go right. Let's get this out of the way. Maybe the buffer can go over here, right next to the printer like it's intended. that. And then this will go right here. And I guess this goes in here. Next one goes in here. Next one. Here. And more. That came from the devs. Here. I'll shift that around a little bit. We'll figure out where the actual... I want to make sure that the bed doesn't run into... Oh, that one's backwards. Here we go, something like that. Okay, now we need filament. I'm gonna have black. Not ready to do much, so we'll go black in 1, I guess. Oh, that looks like a almost right on the width here. There we go. You have stream where you build your heat press insert and remember which model it was. VLMP from Vector 3D. I'm actually going to put this in 5 because this is probably the smallest bit of color, nearly the smallest bit of color. Let's do that. And then see how this thing handles small spools, if it does. Small spools that's already... Yeah, we're doing the K2 Kevin version of the coin for me. There's not a lot of, shouldn't be a lot of orange in here, but these go together. Yeah, that'll work. That takes that little 200-gram spool. That's nice. Silver is going to be the primary. Where is the blue? The blue, that's right here. We have, what do we have? Silver, black, blue. Oh yeah. Oh, come on. We'll figure out the actual routing of this stuff here in a bit. This one, I'm going to use this absolutely gorgeous forest green instead of the red from the last coin we did. Zombie, thank you for being a member for 27 months. Steve built a maker chip. It's going to look great on the smooth sheet too. Yeah. I did actually think about whether smooth sheet or textured, but I already had this one, and I'll make a determination on which I like better after this, since my last one was, as you can see, the coin here in the corner, which is what we're duplicating. Just instead of red, we're going to have green this time. silver here in slot 1. Now I know that this, I'm gonna have to go through a whole loading procedure on each one, but that is the setup, and that just misses that first spool. Feeding from the spool holders to the buffer is poopy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm expecting this to be fiddly. I'm expecting it to be fiddly. But let's see what the next step is. So we've got all this going. Congratulations, the hardest part is over. Really? Hook up the printer holder. Connect the PTFE tubes from the MMU unit to the bottom row of collets. Yep. Attach each end of the PTFE from buffer. There have been several versions of buffer parts available. Yeah, we did that. So next. Hi, Jonas. How many people do we still have here? Yeah, 230, that's good. Okay, we can now move on to loading the filaments in and printing the test object. But first, please prepare at least 5 different PLA filaments and cut off the ends to form a round, sharp tip. You have to cut at 2 angles? Okay, that's fine. Suggested filament layout, that's what I've got, basically. I'm gonna cut it at 1 angle and it works fine. That's what I've already cut mine. I'm not gonna, I need a filament pencil sharpener. That's doable. We can model something like that up with some X-Acto knife blades and a little printed part or something. Or make something that uses these blades that are already in the MMU. Okay, everything is good. Load the filament through the buffer. Insert the tip of the filament. Insert it through the cassette. So in and around. So I guess we'll just start with number 1, huh? So this is 1. We're gonna pull that out. We're gonna feed this through. See what we have over here. There it is. So now it's going to come around here, back through here, right? Yep. Yep, and it's going through. I did a number of on the this back on the thing there. So what are we doing? Let's look at this again. On the printer, go to the menu, filament preload to MMU, select filament slot 1. The MMU unit will engage the idler into the first position and start rotating the pulley until the filament is loaded in. Keep pushing the corresponding filament end into the PTFE. Okay, so and then we go through the whole thing. So I'm gonna go here, but I'm gonna go to the filament and preload to MMU is an option here. Preload to MMU advanced. We're just gonna do regular. Preload filament 1. So now that's going to run it over And I should be able to pull enough here, and then, where are you? It's not actually hitting the spot. Okay, let's pull this out. Make sure we have a good, let's make a double tip, because I do see where it's caught somewhere. Okay. You want a lot more access to this than what I have, I think. Yeah. I don't like. Okay, let's try this. There we go. I wonder how long it gives me to do this before it times out. It's not getting in there. Okay. We are going to check to confirm that our PTFE there is all the way in. So I need to make sure, look through here. Ah, it was not. Okay. That one is. That one is. I think that is now. Let's see if I can see this come through now. Yep. Okay. That comes through now. See that? Okay. Put this back in. Close it back up. And we're going to do that again. Preload to MMU. Preload filament 1. There it is. Okay. It's just grinding now. It's gotten stopped trying to go into the selector. It's sitting there grinding to the selector. Why? How do I stop it? Okay. It is getting caught somewhere. Is this going to the right spot is a question. Okay. So that is not coming down and hitting into that opening right there. And my question is the let's give this a extra fresh. Again. Let's give it a little more tension, I think. It's not. When I just move this, the thing isn't. I'm gonna start over. I want to have it rehome, do all that good stuff. Recalibrate. Okay, so it should. It's not getting to the next part, and I think you're on the right track there, Bob. I'm not sure that the selector is, or the idler is in the right position. So if I go over, when I change positions, it doesn't change things. So let me do the load filament, preload MMU, and preload 1. Yeah, that's correct. It just moved to it. Now it just did that. Okay, it got that one. Now I got to figure out how this thing goes back over here. And slip that filament in there and lock it in. So I think 1 is loaded. Kitties are asleep. Okay. Number 2. Hopefully this is less number 2 than the first one was. Okay. Out. We're going to do our little double bevel real quick. Go. Oh. Watch one. Okay. Filament, preload, filament 2. Wow. Maybe I got too much tension. Maybe I didn't need that extra tension that I put on it last time. So I'm going to take this back to a little bit. Not all the way back to level because that's not where it is. But number 2 is loaded. That was a lot less drama. Number 3. Tim, how are you? Ah! I do not have enough room to work here. I didn't. And number 3, I mean, number 4 and 5 are going to be nightmares, I'm sure. Okay. Now let's go back here. This can go in here. Okay, filament, preload, Filament 3. There we go. That was a whole lot less drama than the second one. Does it get better every time? I was really pleased to see that this little 200-gram spool fit just fine on here, though. Okay. Set that there. Take it around. Give it the patented double. Oh, I just punched the tool head. Maddie, see ya. So this is preload 4. There we go. Yep. Last one. These guys are on there. There we go. Is that old? I've had that for a long time, but I guess they're not around anymore. I hadn't even looked. It was a good orange. I bought it because I needed a good darker, a little more deep orange. I think I have a green from them too. Reload. Last one. Sweet. All filaments loaded. Whew. I need a break. Oh, I feel like I need a break. Okay. I think that's okay right there. Things are preloaded. Oh, let's bring this over here. To give them filament, repeat the same procedure. Loading using the buttons. You can also load a filament on the using the buttons on the unit. Next time you load a filament, use the method you prefer. Okay. Loading test. Select the filament type to preheat. Select load all, test all, or test all the filaments from 1 to 5 manually. So we're gonna do a, let's get a good view of this. I guess that's about as good a view as we could ask for. I have no idea. So where do we want to go? Menu settings, loading test. Settings. Menu settings, loading test, or control loading test on the Mark III or 5. Control loading test. And I want to test, oh, I can't test all the filaments 1 to 5 manually. It's not available in my test all is not. So let's go load one. It's going all the way through. You see that move? You can see the filament here, and I don't know what that was. Was that a successful test? I don't know if all the stepper skipping means it was bad or not. Whoa. Well, it didn't do it right. It's making all kinds of noises. Idler can't home because it didn't actually pull all the filament back. Okay, what did I miss? What did I miss? Because I feel like I missed something. Because I'm pretty sure it didn't pull the silver all the way back and caused a it to get jammed. Chocolate all over my beard. What in the world? Missed. How do I fix that? I don't know how to manually. I mean, I got all this still here. I guess that's normal. Which way is... Pull one. Keep hitting that. Nope, not that one. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure was... let's pull that back and we'll reload. We'll reload one. Which means pull this out of the... There we go. Will that move? I guess I'm working on it while it's doing its thing. It's doing 2 now. Filament sensor at the selector. But it was being reliable when we were using it before. It seemed to test filament 2 just fine. Okay, let's try testing filament 3. There it goes. No drama on that one. There's just drama on number 1. Do the filament sensor calibration again. You have to insert filament to the gear. If you can't, loosen the idler. Let's test 4. Okay. And then 5. That's all working fine. Okay. Now I need to go back and I need to do a load, filament, preload, filament 1. Okay. One is loaded again. So now let's go back to that control and loading test and load test filament 1 again. Okay. Now it's coming back. No drama that time. Let's load test 2, just to make sure things are good. No, we're good. I mean, I don't know what happened with 1, but we're going to call it good and move on. Loading test, part 2. While the MQ loads... Oh, here, let's go down to... Oh, I guess that's fine. You can check the filament sensor status in the footer area of the screen, see if it's detecting the filament properly. Okay, we saw all that earlier. X-axis and first layer calibration, or Z-axis and first layer calibration. Go to the LCD menu, calibration, calibrate Z. And I do actually want to do that because I've moved those manually. So let's go calibration, Z alignment. I don't see where. Oh, okay. So that's for both. I see that. I see. And this is for both. We did the load test, but this is that. Then Z-axis calibration. I'm printing a test object. So we're ready to print, right? Continue running calibrations and tests. No, that's fine. Let's go. Let's print. Let's do it. Let's go to Prusa Slicer. Let's go to the configuration wizard. It's print time. We're at less than 6 hours, ready to print. That's good. Less than 6 hours, ready to print. And we were done with the assembly, let's say 4.5 hours. Okay, we are going to go to Prusa Research, and we want Mark IV MMU3. That is what we want to add. And finish. Okay. I'm going to run all of these filaments at Prusament PLA settings. I'm not going to bother changing it. I am, for sanity's sake, what do I want to do? Can I change the color? Let's see what happens. Welcome back, Phil. Well, let's do this. Let's add the chip. Here's the chip. How do I change? I want to change the colors. So logo 1, this is the, this is, look at the thing. I think I want that one. This is the outer edges, right? One wall on first layer and top layer. Yeah, I'll do that. Well, that's that. Can I, how do I change? Ah, there we are. So this is one, which is silver, and 2 is green, kind of a forest green. 3 is the blue. Yeah, that one. What it is right now is good. This is the orange. This is the black. Okay. So now the question is, what colors do I want? I think this, I want, I get so, here, let's start here. What is this? This is the QR code. I want this to be Filament 5. And this I want Filament 5 as well. And this is the orange. This is the blue. This is the green. I think that's what I want. And let me catch up on chat. Does Prusa Slicer auto purge based off the color? I think you set all that. Why didn't that slice? I said slice. Okay. Silver, green. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want right there. Except I need to change stuff. It's what we see in actual operation. Ramming use leaves a very clean tip. We're going with defaults here, but I mean, as far as that stuff, but we are going to go in here and down here, only one perimeter and only one perimeter on the top surface, on the bottom surface, and we want lots of infill. You're saying 90%, sure, whatever. Slice now. Oh, no need to purge based on color in the Mark IV. It's a small amount regardless. Nice. Is that where we want to be? That'll look cool. Purge block over there. Is there any reason it's not closer? Slice. Are we ready to go? I probably need to clean this bed. Probably should clean this bed. Those guys are still asleep. I gave him the idea. Let's see if they take it. How long does it say this is going to take? An hour. Woo! You'll find you can reduce the purge a lot without bleed. Nice. Send to connect. I have Vision Miner on here, and these are default printer settings. We'll see what it looks like, but I don't think slower first layers might not be necessary. You get kitty cat soon, please. Funny. What's the time for 2? I sent that. Oh, cool. That's kind of neat. Here, we're gonna want a lower view here anyway, but it's saying the different colors, and it actually transferred over the colors that I selected onto the screen. And do I have to say print? I guess I have to say print here now on this one. It's heating the bed. That's really cool. It's got all the colors. It's got the filament. I can double check to make sure it matches what I have, and it does. So let's print. I like it. Now that that's going, or at least getting ready to start going, we can go back here and select the chip and add another one. Wow, that's kind of funny. The positioning, put the purge in the front there. Well, let's see what that adds. So 2 of them is, there you, oh shoot. There we go. 2 of them is only another 16 or less than 20 minutes. Set spool join to use up remnant spools. So a second one is less than 20 minutes. If I, let's go back here. Can I fill the bed with an instance? Well, that's a funky placement there. That's really funky. We could put a lot more on here than that. But a bed full of them with very suboptimal, very suboptimal placement. It says a little under 7 hours. Okay, let's see what happens here. This is do its thing. Where? I mean, this is far more interesting than a bed mesh, right? He's just purring like crazy. I don't know if you can hear it. Hi, Oscar. You're not going to want to come over here. Well, there is a toy. Come on, Oscar. Let's play with the toy. I'm not going to be able to get Oscar. Not without some effort. Okay, it's heating up. Well, you're going to see Oscar in a moment. It's coming into... Yep, there he is. Thanks, zombie. I purred during first print, too. Oh, you balance on the drill down there. You gonna come up here? You gonna come up here? Felix wants to jump up here right now. He's about to. You gonna come up here? Okay, purge lines. That one's there. You can come up here? No, you're gonna play with the toy. Oh, you really do want up here, don't you? Ow! God, I just jammed my knee into the bench. First layer appears to be looking good. Yeah. Oscar is a little tear, that is for sure. You can come up here too? No, you're gonna go back to your little sleeping spot. So for any hint, that's a full 48 inches tall. What do we got here? What did it grab? Oh, that's the green. What do you think you're doing? Nope. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, Felix has the most Charlie energy. Yes. Felix totally has the most Charlie energy. He's also the nice and tolerant cat. He's still purring and happy as can be. No, that's looking good. That's looking good. I did get kitty treats. I gave them one the other day and they weren't interested in it, so I'll wait a little bit before I do until they get a taste for something like that. See if we can get a, there we go. So this was the one that we did on Blackbox last weekend. And I think it turned out really fantastic for first print, no filament tuning. So this I expect to turn out better because there's filament tuning essentially here. Oh, oh, I don't know if that was on camera, but he jumped off the chair and the floor was too slick. So he basically, his paw went out from under him and he face planted. Are you coming up? Oh, you are. You're gonna climb my foot. My foot is here, and he climbed up onto the back of my ankle there just now. Oh, what was that? Oh, there you are. Where are you going now? Okay. Has it gone through? Is this is 5, so this is the last color. It'll have gone through every color with this one. No, 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 I'm glad he didn't make the bed skip any steps. I think I think this tells me that I need to make sure that I can't have any open printers. I can't have any open printers. Yeah, I mean, it might have just taught him a lesson to not step on a bed, on the print bed. That first layer looks great. I have no complaints. I had to remove cat claw marks from the bed. Need some tall panels for the secret build back there. It'll be open. Train your kid in how to say no. Ask her. There he is. Yoink. MMU3 enclosure integration. I think there's all the parts to be able to use the MMU3 in a enclosure. There's PTFE paths and all that stuff, right? Got tons of experience. How's the multicolor setup going for you? I don't recall if you have used the Prusa MMU before. I had an MMU2. So I had an MMU2. I upgraded it. To an MMU3. Interesting thing, MMU2 is early enough, it actually included an extruder stepper for the idler instead of saying idler like they do now. Bob, do you remember? This is like first batch MMU2 stuff. I never got along with my MMU2 though. Yeah. I never got along with my MMU2, so I didn't use it. I did not have this experience here. 100% did not have this experience here. Am I a climbing tree now? I am. Yeah, I just didn't have the patience to get it there. I know a lot of people got awesome results from them. It just took more filament tip tuning than I was willing to put in. Does. Single stream. Single stream to print, buddy. You really want up here. I'm glad you're gentle. He's gentle with his claws because he just climbed me like a tree again. I don't want him to get used to that though. Don't tell Daniel. I'm sending him a text right now. Camera. See if he responds. Oh, I have no idea, Bob. I think he's running into just some weird issues. Similar, I mean, I had a couple of issues today that we got past with the printed. I printed my own parts. And if I had built with the included PET G parts, it probably would have taken half an hour less time. Ow, ow. What do you want? He's climbed me like a tree 3 times now. This time he used more claw. More claw. Hey, Ram. How are you? That looks really good, though, doesn't it? He is way too interested in this printer. Nope, you can't go that way. You don't get to. As far as anybody has been aware, this is not Clipper compatible. I'm bringing me, myself, and I to 3D Printopia. I gotta fly across country. There's no real easy way to bring anything. And there's like, I think 2 plane changes. And I don't really want, so I don't want to check any baggage. And I'm not going to use one of my carry-ons to bring a positron. Yeah, no problem, Apollo. ship ahead. Oh, did it get up there? Bump. Not eager for another tri-bit? No. Okay, so let's do a focused list of guesses. What is this behind me? No, don't. Oh. Here we go. Let's see. Hi. Kitties. Got both of them. So Bob got it. But Bob listens. Oh, ow. You okay, buddy? So we do have issues with the purge tower. It's catching occasionally on the cooling duct here, and that's what I'm hearing. Something is sticking up. So we got a purge tower issue. I've got bits of it sticking up that shouldn't be, and I don't know why. Print itself looks good. Yeah, Randy is right. Bob was right. Someone else got it, the general idea right. Who was that? Well, Andrew. Oh yeah. There's a piece here that's, there, let's see if that helps. Who else? Never mind. Find me to get up onto the chair. Exactly. That's why I was curious why it took so long, Bob. That's why I said if you know, don't say anything, but see ya, Derek. Take care. It's 4040 in 2020. And it'll have just some 3/4 inch MDF shelves. So it's going to go over here. The Prusa enclosure is going to go on top. Second shelf is going to be a V0 and potentially filament, because I have that other MMU3 that might go on that. or that should go on that. That's two Mark IVs and two MMU3s. And then on the bottom will probably go this Trident, either that or the V2. This is 26 inches square is going to be the, yeah, the enclosed Trident will go on the bottom. Well, everything in there that's going to be enclosed, so. Yeah, that's better once I got rid of that one piece that was sticking up. But the purge block here is not super, that's my shirt. That's my shirt. You really want into that printer, don't you? Where are you going? See your bitter bucket? Well, I wanted 26. I really wanted 28 by 24, but I figured 26 inches square will fit the Prusa enclosure better anyway. And then the middle shelf, so the bottoms are blind joints. The bottom and top is blind joints, but the middle shelf will be on brackets so I can adjust it if I need to change it later. And then on the bottom will be some feet that I'm going to, some feet plates that I'm going to machine on the Milo. That's the project I was talking about. And then the MDF shelves, and it'll be done. So. I texted my wife to get them fed because I realized they haven't been fed since this morning. See you, Ronald. Eyes are starting to itch. What are you doing? You got into there. Is there anything in there that you shouldn't be getting into? No, I don't think so. I think you're okay. You should go that way. Get fed. Bandits is exactly right. You feed them in the laundry room. You'll probably have to coax them out. Okay, well, we are at 6 hours. So this is still going to be another, here, let's see. Remaining time is still 26 minutes. 26 minutes puts us at a little over 4:30. We can hang out if folks want. We can hang out. We can hang out for the last of the stream if anybody has any questions or anything we want to talk about. I'm starting to get itchy though. Hey, David. How are you? I'll see you in a few weeks. You know that David is here? Yeah, I guess I gotta stick around. David showed up. Hey, Scott. How's the shed doing? It's full of stuff. That's what sheds do, is they get full of stuff, right? What are your plans for the next builds? Well, the next build is solid fork rebuild. So solid fork R1. I don't have anything for tool changing in a Voron ecosystem in the current plan. Doesn't mean I don't add it at some point, but right now I'm kind of minimizing what I add so I can catch up on things. What caught me off guard the most was counterweight, threading the lines for the counterweights. But apparently Chris has improved that with some epoxy. Stealing those cords with epoxy. I print everything with a 0.4 nozzle. This shrimp father. Or Martin. I print everything with a 0.4 nozzle. Unless there's a very specific reason I want to go to 0.6 or something. I can't say that I've ever had a filled filament caused clog. And definitely not with carbon or glass filled filaments. Oh yeah, that's right. David's working on his shed. So I have a 10 by 12 with 8-foot ceiling or 8-foot wall shed in my back. I've got conduit run to it for power, but I haven't run the power yet. I'm waiting for cooler weather this fall. I do have a conduit for power and a conduit for Ethernet for mine. I have no experience with any bamboo product, so I don't know. Solid fork was an easy build, yeah. And as far as, I mean, this, for the money, this gets you multicolor. If you want additional capabilities with multi-material, or a wider range of multi-material, and if cost isn't a concern, then I'd prefer a tool changer. But this gets exactly what you see here. Quickly, it looks like. This is my first MMU print in like 5 years. So I bought my MMU2, did a couple of prints, used the printer in single filament mode for the rest of the time, and put the MMU2 in a box and took it out of the box about a week ago and upgraded it to an MMU3. And now I've got this kit that I built. That's a big thing there, Zombie. I would like to be able to do, it would be nice to be able to do this with ABS or ASA, and that's the plan for the enclosed Mark IV. In my area, they require 2 feet down and all cables and conduit, and low voltage must be in separate conduit. So we require 18 inches down and the separate conduits. So I have a 1-inch conduit and a 1/2-inch conduit, one for power and one for Ethernet. And the power is going to be a 60 amp sub panel out there. So I have I think it's 60 amp. I got 6 gauge THHN. I already have 100 feet of that because it's about a 100-foot run, including attic space time. Yeah, my conduit run is only along the ground about less than 20 feet. Then I go up alongside a drainage duct and then up to the back side of the shed for the sub panel. I've already bought the wire. And I'm going by what I know will pass code. I've got until sometime this November, and I think I can extend it before my permit expires. Now they say 18 inches for here minimum, but mine I think is more like 20 or 22 inches. Do you have cold weather considerations for the depth there, David? I don't here. So does it freeze there, I guess? Would be the... Yeah. 18 inches here is code. 24 isn't. And this is California. 18 inches is code. This is so cool. Three-foot deep posts for fences. Ouch. I don't think there's any code for depth for the fence. There's city ordinances for height. Yeah, frost levels is why I was asking about the cold weather. Yeah. So it's the IBC, that's the International Building Code, and if you use it, it is usually correct for just about any area. For me, Randy, I'm going straight from my main panel to the shed. There's a sub in here as well. It's right over here. There's a 100 amp sub panel feeding this garage. The other garage is right on the other side of the wall from the panel. And then the shed is in the back corner of the property. And by property, I mean big, giant, air quotes, property. My backyard is about 20 feet deep from the house to the fence. Oh, top left corner is pointed at the kitty toy. That's the kitty cam. I can turn it off. I've already wired in 6 20 amp circuits to the garage studio. Nice. I just added 2 20 amp circuits to my other garage. Well, I gotta try the next over-the-counter antihistamine. Zyrtec is not lasting the day today. Seem to be doing good the last couple of days, but my eyes, tear ducts are getting itchy. I was using Claritin, and I think that works, but I was trying to see if anything worked differently or better. Itchy eyes is not great with contacts. Pick the prime line before it finishes the print. That's kind of tradition, right? Yeah, I washed my hands after I played with the kittens. I know. Hey, Biney. Long stream today. Well, I mean, the last at least half an hour, 45 minutes has just been printing. Yeah, this is 90% infill. Blame zombie. Oh, Sudafed puts me out. Sudafed puts me out. Yeah, I've been really pleased with this printer overall. Like I said, it started as a Mark III and now it's full, basically 3.95. Functionally, it's a Mark IV. Thanks for the banana zombie. It got a 3.9 upgrade, but then I ordered the what I don't know if you're still around here, David. I tried finding the 0.9 degree steppers on your website, but I didn't see them. So I just ordered them direct. I may have to work out something that has my open printers in like a larger cabinet to keep the cats out. I may work out something on the new workbench in the other garage, or maybe use it do the old workbench. 3.9 includes everything but the steppers, zombie. 3.9 includes everything but the steppers. It would be basically a Mark IV with 1.8 degree steppers. And once you replace the 1.8 to 0.9s, then it's up to a full Mark IV. Is it worth buying a Mark 3.5 and doing the upgrades? Well, I don't know that you can buy the next extruder stuff by itself. So it's definitely if I was going for it, I'd go straight to 3.9 for the next extruder from nothing. This is working really well. The little buffer positioning is what can be improved, but it working looks really good. Yeah. And the new one, you could put doors on the extrusions. Hey, Ballador. Yeah, we have been running low on Prusa parts. They have a hard time keep stock with you. I tried though. It's going good. We got a print going. I have multiple material capable printers now. Oh, I 100% would prefer this extruder here. I 100% the load cell, Dom. The load cell is what I want it for. Full width of the just this part? Just this part with the buffer. It's about, let's say, 550 millimeters with the buffer sitting right there. I know you get perfectly fine layers on your Mark III, but I've never touched baby stepping on either of my Mark IVs. I've never touched I've never stopped touch the first layer calibration or an adjustment. No, you are lying. You have to set up your first Pinda first layer calibration. You can't just start up and run. You had to have done that sometime. Maybe you didn't, somebody did. Oh, same with your Mark IV. Ah, okay. Oh, there's two of them now. So we're all the way up to QR code now. My buffer is 6-inch square. Had the Gen 1 buffer, which was a total fail. Oh boy, I don't even know. Was there even a buffer included in the very first MMU2 that were shipped? I don't think so. I think you had these trays. You had these filament trays that were shipped with them. This is very first OG MMU2 trays. Which is really thin, really thin vacuum molded plastic, but it's held up. It's held up fine. And it had this, well, it did have this thing that like bent and let the filament go out and then pulled back together. It was like this hinged printed part that was supposed to keep the filament in control. What's my favorite printer? Trident. It was terrible. What's my experience been with the E3D PZ? It's been great. I have had an E3D PZ installed for a very long time. I had one many months ago. I modeled the file that they put on printables for the Voron. It is been one of those things that once I got it tuned, and there's more to tuning it than just the sensitivity of the sensor. There are other things like Z stepper currents can have an impact. The overall build quality of your machine, if you have a noisy fan, it can have an impact because it is a vibration sensor. But once all of that is done, anytime it started acting up, I could point to something on the printer that I needed to address. A loose screw, whatever. So it was more of an indication of check for other problems than a problem with the PZ itself. Aside from Trident, from my experience, aside from Trident and any of the let's just say aside from any of the Voron printers, because I'd probably say a V0 is my second favorite in the Voron lineup. Aside from those, then I'd have to say the Mark IV, only because I've had them since 2017, and they've always been a workhorse printer for me. I mean, looking at let's just say 6 years of i3, Prusa i3 ownership. It's been what? Yeah. Cats I don't think are in here. Are they missing? I have this nightmare of them getting out. On my printer until I tore a fan blade off. Oops. And then was it triggering every time you try to home? I don't date back to the MMU1. I started my journey the summer before the Mark III was released. So I bought a CR10 in July of 2017. And when the Mark III was released, I decided to pre-order one. And I also, a couple of weeks later, pre-ordered the MMU2 to go along with it. Now I got the Mark III, I think, very beginning of January of 18. And then I got the MMU2, I think it was August of 18. So TAP has been super successful for me. It is very reliable, but it's a high pressure probe. It's a high pressure direct nozzle probe. It's the trigger weight or load is pretty high. And that's what's so exciting about something like the PZ or the beacon contact or any of those is direct nozzle. I mean, direct Yeah, direct nozzle, low pressure probing is where we want to be. The load cell on this, low pressure, direct nozzle probing. You started at Printed Solid in July 2017? Nice. I remember who was the owner there, or your partner or whatever at Printed Solid. What was his name? I remember communicating with him on an order. Maybe you too, probably you too. Way back when. There you go. Thank you. Half has marked a few smooth beds. A bed's been amazing. Yeah. I almost exclusively use textured PEI sheets. And every chance I get, I use the Prusa textured sheets because those are my absolute favorite. So I've not had any marking problems with tap. I don't think I actually have used a smooth sheet on a printer I have tap on at all. So. You haven't been happy with tap, yeah. So yeah, there. I mean, is it printed or CNC, Bill? The only scanning inductive probe that I've used has been the Duet SZP, is what they call it, scanning Z probe. CNC V1. Oh, is that the Chaotic Labs one, Bill? I can give you the Vitali one I'm taking off of my green V2 on Tuesday. I can give that to you when you come over for our drive. If you wanna give that Vitali one a try, you can have it. No, Revo PZ is a low pressure direct contact nozzle probe, but it's a piezo. It's a piezo sensor instead of a load cell. This is almost done. I got a Mark III for my next to nothing recently, my first Prusa. Guy had it sitting in his garage for 5 years unused. Nice. Wow. Unused from new? Feel like you'd send me a Trident kit. I don't have a Trident kit. Load cell sensor for the boron environment like the Mark IV has. Works really, really well on the Mark IV. Well, we have the E3D PZ. The Revo PZ is the same, essentially, functionally. It had 50 hours on it. Nice. I haven't gotten a shipment notice, but I ordered a 4S upgrade kit. I think it said it would be sometime in, it said it would be sometime in the middle of September. That reminds me, Marquis, thank you for the gifted memberships. And for the almost 200 of you that are still here at almost 7 hours, I'm going to give away 5 of my monthly. And I get my own milestone chat, apparently. Yours will be here Tuesday. Nice, Poity. The max ambient temp of 60C. They are putting a safe number there. I will not tell you to go above 60, but I will tell you that I'm going to take mine above 60. And I will take full responsibility if it fails above 60, but I'm going to be okay with that. Well, we're finishing a print. Already getting their Mark 4S upgrades. Yeah, I've seen that out there. I need to do membership gifting. I can gift, I'm going to gift 5 memberships now, and I'm going to gift 5 memberships on Tuesday. For those folks that are still here. YouTube gives me 10 memberships I can give away every month. I'd give them away 5 at a time. But, I mean, this has been, for first impressions, this has been a much nicer experience than my MMU2. I think that's ambient, that's environment temperature, Rod. I don't know exactly, I couldn't tell you exactly what is the limiting factor there. I don't know if it's a little control board. I don't know if it's something to do with the piezo sensor or the material it's held together with, or the little FFC cable that's going from that to the little control board. I don't know what the limiting factor is. Edit done. Here's our coin from Blackbox. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, that looks so good. Wow. Both of those look great. Both of those look great, but that's smooth. Good call on the single perimeters there, Zombie. Thanks for the reminder on that. That looks so good. Well, this is, I think this is a great first layer on the Blackbox one. Remember, it's a textured sheet as well. And this is single perimeter. This is 3. This is at least 3 perimeters on this one. So I think they're both really good first layers. That green looks so good. I think this is what I'm going to print. I think I'm going to print exactly this for a few of them to give away. I'm going to print maybe 2 or 3 more of this one, and that's all that's going to get these colors. QR code goes to my website, to my YouTube channel. Let's see if it reads. The other one reads. I'm sure this one does. Yep. It reads just fine. It says we're live. Oh yeah. I did that on the other one. If you even just take your thumbnail and just scratch on it, it works really well. But I was taking something just very lightly. I mean, just something, just like any top layer thing. Works really well. You already scanned it? Nice. But that is fabulous. This is your, I don't know if you're still here, Dave, but this is your cyan. The blue is your cyan from the full color lithophane pack. The set of them that you made. I have the cyan, the magenta, and the yellow. I have all of them. I just haven't done any full color lithophane prints. So QR code. Oh yeah, it goes to my thing. Mod should get a special color. It was a 0.4 nozzle. Yep. That looks so good. And that green, that's that galaxy green Prusament. That's the blaster. The blaster we did yesterday. This thing, I won't fire this at my son. It'll give him too much of a welt. Total print time was 57 minutes, 11 seconds. That's what it said in the slicer, I'm sure. Print about 100 more and you have a custom poker set. Here we go. Felix came to say bye. I need that. What one was that called? The blaster? That's the Lynx. Lynx. By Orion Blasters. What are kids for if not Nerf target practice? With a lighter spring. This literally embedded a dart from 18 feet away into the insulation of my garage door. 1,000 clips? Wow. Oh, is Oscar in? Oh, there he is. They came to say bye. Single hot is the amount of waste. I hate it. Absolutely. 100%. The next one I do of this, I only did this much. And that is here, you can be the judge. It's not solid. It is a waste, 100%. It would be the same size though if I did the whole plate of them. That's what I'm gonna do next. I don't know, John. I don't. They sent me 3 springs and I put the heaviest one in. So with that, I'm gonna snag a Felix, even though he wants to play. And we are going to hopefully see you on Tuesday. We will be playing with the E3D PZ, Revo PZ, which is a piezo probe. Beyond that, the expectation is to start solid fork build next Sunday. And then the following Sunday, I'll be at Orange County Maker Fair, so I won't be streaming that Sunday. And we probably have at least one more Trident stream Tuesday, so I'll do a stream that next Tuesday. So big thanks to Prusa for enabling this whole build, and thank you for everybody that was here, gifted memberships, became members. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your weekend. Hope to see you Tuesday, and enjoy the build. Bye.